All right, welcome to day 2 of the Object Lessons Conference. Welcome to those of you who are streaming. I'm Rabin Taylor, co-organizer of the conference, and I'll be chairing the upcoming session, that's session 3, entitled American Collections 2. But before we get started with that session, I just wanted to make a quick announcement, and that is that you have a very, in the back of the room is a stack of documents, copies of a very simple legal document called liberatoria. In Italian, it's just a release, basically, which we ask you to sign if you agree to make your talk public. That is streamable on the Swedish Institute's YouTube channel. And we've arranged to make this possible for all 3 days of the conference, including tomorrow at the American Academy. So if you're willing, please do sign off on the document. We have an Italian edition and we have an English language edition. Sign whichever one you prefer. The English language edition has the letterhead of both the Swedish Institute and the American Academy. I imagine most of you will want to read and sign that one. So thanks in advance for doing that. It is dated to the 9th of April, so you can sign it today or you can wait till tomorrow. We will have some copies with us tomorrow if you prefer to wait. Right. Let's get started then with session 3. Our first speaker is Kirsten Jacobsen. She's a doctoral candidate in art history at the University of Texas at Austin, where her dissertation examines Roman imperial and late antique architecture, framing and representing ritual procession. Her research has been supported by the Center for the Study of Ancient Italy at UT, the College of Fine Arts, and the Graduate School, by the Archaeological Institute of America's John R. Coleman Traveling Fellowship, and by the Lemmerman Foundation here in Rome. Additionally, Kirsten is the graduate co-chair of Antiquity's Action at UT, an organization of individuals committed to the global preservation of heritage, and is the project lead of the Battlecasts digital exhibit created to extend the pedagogical use of the William J. Battle collection of plaster casts of ancient sculpture at UT. Please welcome Kirsten.
Thank you, and thank you for that introduction, Raven. At the Blanton Museum of Art, located on the campus of the University of Texas at Austin, there is a small room on the first floor before the Julia Matthews Wilkinson Center for Prints and Drawings, itself only accessible by appointment, and after the restrooms, thus sequestered from the rest of the museum's displayed art. This is the Osborne Seminar Room, and within it are plaster casts of 10 figural sculptures and several busts after Greek and Roman originals. The hallway outside additionally displays casts of the Dying Gaul, the Parthenon metopes, and other architectural sculpture. These casts are only visited by the most adventurous of museum goers, or grumbling students, but represent a sampling of one of the museum's more historically significant collections, the William J. Battle collection of plaster casts after Greek and Roman antiquities. At its height, this collection included over 100 casts, and remarkably, some 85 remain, though most of them are in storage. While these physical casts may never be experienced together in the same room again, evolving scholarly conversation and interventions are allowing them to reunite in contemporary ways. First, as a multimedia museum exhibition engaging themes of reception, materiality, and whiteness by artist Lily Cox Richard in 2019. And now, as a cohesive collection in the digital realm, where physical space and material fragility are not concerns. Here, they exist as manipulable 3D digital models in an online exhibition that makes in-depth, up-close personal interaction with the cast widely available once more. By following this collection from inception until today, and especially according to the Capitoline she-wolf cast, this paper addresses questions of replication, reception, and authenticity of questioned originals. This includes casts, heavily restored objects, and digital models, to problematize and deconstruct misguided perspectives on collecting that were locked in a century ago. Arriving at the University of Texas as an associate professor of Greek in 1893, William J. Battle almost immediately began persuading, engineering, and otherwise facilitating the purchase of his casts, the first of which were the Lateran Sophocles, the Venus de Milo, and the Hermes of Praxiteles, arrived in 1894 and 1895. By itself, this is not significant. Battle, having come to the relatively young and small University of Texas from Harvard, was simply engaging in the practice he had experienced by museums, academies, and leading universities on the East Coast, who followed the model set by European institutions in the 19th century and built collections of casts after ancient sculpture, architecture, carved gems, and coins. Rather than a continuation of curiosity cabinets, these cast collections were an attempt to compile a complete, tactile narrative of human history and development in the visual arts. In other words, they were intended to show a totality inaccessible in the fragmented reality of the quotidian world. This trend of serialization was also not new, but a cyclical reemergence. In the 1st century CE, Pliny the Elder credits the 4th century BCE Greek sculptor Lysistratus of Sicyon with the invention of taking casts from sculptures. And the Greeks and Romans both imitated bronze and marble sculpture and plaster, along more durable materials, for dissemination. The cycle emerged again in the 1540s, when Francois I was granted permission to cast sculptures in the Vatican for reproduction in bronze at his Fontainebleau Palace. Since that time, reproductions of classical sculpture proliferated in princely collections, glyptothèques, and academies within a paradigm where copies and works presumed original coexisted harmoniously. In fact, Battle's lateness to the 19th century cycle may be one of the more remarkable things about his activity, as, for example, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York would abolish the position of curator of casts in 1905 as taste shifted away from the replicas. With casts out of favor, institutions across the United States and Europe cast off, deaccessioned, or destroyed their collections. Battles escaped similar fate largely because its champion remained at UT until just before his death in 1955. This meant it remained extant when the cycle rounded again in the 1970s. Now with conversations aimed at expanding Alois Reigel's early 20th century concept of age value by considering that, with time, age value transfers even replicas to the realm of originals. Casts finally started to exist as original objects, artifacts in their own right, with their own meanings, histories, functions, separate of the original sculpture. Despite the clear intention to build up the reputation of the status of the University of Texas, Battle's public goal for his casts was pedagogy. In 1894, he is quoted by the Austin Daily Statesman thanking the Board of Regents for securing the models for the university, quote, "for we can profitably use them as an object lesson to transmit to the students' eyes the beauties of Greek art as the Greek language, which is the most beautiful in the world, is transmitted to their minds," end quote. Through his selection and statement, it becomes clear that another intention was at play for Battle, engaging with the broader public preference for the classical Greek ideal. In fact, writing in the UT Alumni magazine, Battle describes the Hermes of Praxiteles as, quote, "the most beautiful male statue of antiquity," end quote, which the Statesman follows with the Hermes, quote, "is reputed to be the finest specimen of Greek art, being representative of the finest type of man, as Venus of Milo is of woman," end quote. Were these statements not enough to demonstrate a clear preference and intention to establish refined taste for students? By the numbers, the collection makes it crystal. The Battle collection is composed almost entirely of replicas of classical and Hellenistic period Greek art. Only 4 of the casts deviate. 2 are cast from archaic statues, the Hera of Samos, acquired in 1907, and the Apollo of Tenea, acquired between 1905 and 1906. And 2 are cast from original Roman statues, a draped Augustus and the Capitoline she-wolf, which were purchased in the summer of 1923 as the final additions to the collection. Deviating from the bronze original in the Capitoline Museum, Battle's cast she-wolf is finished with a white patina. Purchased with the she-wolf, the suckling babies originally on the rock-like platforms between her legs were also painted white. However, these twins were quickly damaged and removed from the sculptural group, as recorded in the 1951 inventory. The bronze cast babies, attributed to Antonio Paleolo, were added to the original sculpture during the Renaissance in an effort to more completely depict Rome's founding myth. Thus, the removal from the plaster cast she-wolf can be argued as a more authentic representation of the original composition. The she-wolf's history at UT is quite limited. This should be attributed to two factors. First, it was a late addition to Battle's collection. And second, its Etruscanizing appearance meant that it does not conform to the chronological development of the Greco-Roman artistic style favored by the collection. In 1951, the she-wolf was displayed without its babies, alongside the rest of the collection in the new main building. By the late 1970s, when the collection was surveyed for the conservation, it was in storage at the Pickle Research Campus, several miles north of the main campus. Accepting the missing twins, it was determined to be in good condition at that time. Today, it resides in storage at the Blanton Museum. Contrasting its UT reception, in Antiquity, the she-wolf myth enjoyed great social impact as the Roman imperial territory expanded. This is evidenced by its symbolic depiction on widely circulated coins and by sculptures of the she-wolf, possibly without twins, we're not sure, erected wherever Rome's dominion reached. In Romania, it was even found depicted on funerary reliefs and tombstones at ancient and medieval archaeological sites. During his rise to power in the early decades of the 20th century, Benito Mussolini made much use of the Roman imperial imagery, especially the she-wolf, sending bronze replicas of the Capitoline sculpture to potentially sympathetic countries as a form of political bond. In 1906, he sent the first to Bucharest, Romania, from the city of Rome. In the 1920s and 30s, several more followed to Romania and other countries, where many of these politically gifted she-wolves still stand in public squares. Interestingly, Battle bought his Capitoline she-wolf the year following Mussolini's 1922 March on Rome. This purchase occurred only 9 years before Mussolini himself approved a request of the Order Sons of Italy in America to have a replica bronze she-wolf at their biennial convention to be held in Cincinnati in September of 1931. The series of events is most completely reported in the Cincinnati Enquirer on August 9th, 1931. While other bronze examples of the Capitoline she-wolf do exist in the United States, Mussolini was only involved in gifting the Cincinnati replica. An example in Rome, Georgia, a gift from a Milanese textile manufacturer who used the she-wolf as its emblem and had opened a workshop in the city, suggests why. Set up outside the municipal building in 1929, the Rome, Georgia she-wolf was long contested in the conservative town for its immodest twins and swollen teats. Regardless, it remained on public view until 1940, when Italy entered World War II as Hitler's ally. Then, the she-wolf was stowed away in a basement to signify American Rome's protest of Italy's entry, quote, in the war against the democracies, end quote. The Capitoline she-wolf's status in contemporary cast catalogs and extant collections hints that the symbol of Rome remains complicated outside of Italy, at least in academic and museum circles. Across purchase catalogs, the only listing for the she-wolf is in the plaster cast workshop of the Royal Museum of History and Art in Brussels, a workshop with more than 5,000 molds. Catalogs of cast holdings from the Metropolitan Museum and the Museum of Fine Arts Boston reveal both collections held a, quote, wolf of the Capitol, end quote, at the turn of the 20th century. While it is unclear what happened to either one, neither the Institute of Classical Architecture and Art nor Moorhead University, as we heard yesterday, the inheritors of the Met's desessioned casts, list a she-wolf among their holdings. What is more, a survey of 7 additional surviving cast collections across the United States and Europe only returned a single other she-wolf. This she-wolf is in Cornell University's collection, where it is painted black in imitation of the bronze original's patina. While not on display, a documentary photograph from 2008 records it, damaged and in storage, with the twins partially intact. Whether due to latent connotations of fascist Italy, or because its Etruscanizing appearance did not meet aesthetic criteria of collections, scholastic apprehension towards the Capitoline she-wolf imagery clearly exists. Contemporary society, however, has fully accepted the image, elevating it to the level of icon. In Rome, the Capitoline she-wolf is the city's primary emblem, appearing on municipal letterheads, flags, and communications, not to mention in art, both sanctioned and unsanctioned. In 1960, it was used as the emblem and poster for the Summer Olympics held in Rome, and the Roman football club, AS Roma, centers the team emblem with it. In cities across Italy, and in fact cities of Latin foundation beyond Italy, she-wolf statues are found. It also appears widely in film and print media as both a character and decoration. This includes the terrible and historically inaccurate use of the Capitoline she-wolf and her Renaissance twins atop a city gate of Rome in Ridley Scott's 2024 blockbuster Gladiator 2. Returning to the Blanton Museum, a she-wolf was displayed as part of artist Lily Cox Richards' She-Wolf and Lower Figs installation in 2019. This exhibit featured a polychrome replica of the Capitoline she-wolf made from digital photographs and scans of the bronze original and plaster cast. She is also freed from the implications of motherhood through removal of the Renaissance twins. Additionally, several of the battle casts were wrapped in colorful tulle, which is a translucent material highly sensitive to changes in light and movement, so that it could engage with current discussions on the place of classical antiquity in modern American society. Included among these discussions were questions on the ways of seeing, the pervasive myth of a monochrome antiquity and the impermanence of applied color, and reception, especially the notion of Western aesthetic preferences in the study of a quote-unquote classical legacy. By recontextualizing her artistic interventions to replicated classical works in a museum setting, Cox Richards' exhibit made a statement about how audiences might view representations of the classical canon and the messages they historically convey. During the fall of 2019, inspired on one hand by Cox Richards' installation, and on the other by their newly learned technique of photogrammetry, 6 students, myself included, from Professor Adam Rabinowitz's Digital Approaches to Antiquity graduate seminar, participated in a capture session of the exhibit. Using the ensuing models, some, as you can see, more successful than others, given the constraints of space and lighting alongside the diaphanous nature of tulle. As a proof of concept, we then prepared a hypothetical grant proposal for a digital project focused on Battle's cast collection as our final project. Following conclusion of the seminar, 3 of us, Mary Beth Garrido, Michael Positano, and myself, decided to continue with the project and turn our hypothetical into a real grant proposal to Humanities Texas, under the direction of Rabinowitz and with the support of Cox Richard and the Blanton Museum. Our aim was to continue the conversations begun by Cox Richard, including advancing the dialogue between old and new 3D technologies in an interactive learning environment that would benefit high school students preparing for AP tests in the humanities, undergrad students in humanities courses, and the interested public. Keeping as its central facet, as Battle intended for the casts, we imagined a project that would integrate historical, archaeological, and artistic methodologies. Keeping learning as its central facet, just as Battle intended for his cast, we imagined a project that would integrate historical, archaeological, and artistic methodologies with social issues of color, race, supremacy, and ownership. Despite the fragmented locations and varied conditions of Battle's casts, new digital recording techniques allowed us to not only bring the surviving casts together in one place as dimensional objects in their own right, but to realize earlier aspirations to reproduce without harming the fragile surfaces of the antiquities, while fulfilling the late 19th century demand that the casts, now antiquities themselves, were intended to meet. Before coming to a close, I would like to examine elements of 4 casts. Battle's first, the Hermes Praxiteles, his last, the Capitoline she-wolf, the Delphi charioteer, and the Apoxiomenos, to demonstrate the widely different lives these objects have experienced at UT. Unearthed at Olympia in 1877, the Hermes of Praxiteles cast was acquired by Battle only 17 years later. Demonstrating its early casting date, the Hermes is only complete to the knees. The lower legs were not discovered until a later excavation, and Battle went on to purchase a cast of its disarticulated foot. Hermes has had an active life at UT, having been on continuous display, save a brief period of conservation in the 1970s. To create our models, we used photogrammetry, specifically Edgesoft Metashape software, accessed remotely through the Texas Advanced Computing Center, before placing the models on the website using the 3D Heritage Online Presenter, known as 3D Hop, framework, making them widely available, manipulable, and capable for download and 3D printing, or recoloration using MeshLab, an open source painting software, which many students have already done for our polychromy gallery. Leading an opposite life at UT is the Capitoline She-Wolf cast. Kept in storage for much of its existence, the only damage to the cast's otherwise good condition listed in the 1970s conservation report is the loss of her twins. While several of our models display significant post-process noise, lack of definition, or holes, in large part due to the smooth, shiny, and even coloring of the casts, which are displayed closely together, the she-wolf appears as one of our best examples, thanks to her stylized S-curl incisions and knobby tufts indicating fur, coupled with a spacious basement storage location. Acquired in 1908, Battle's Delphi Charioteer exemplifies the modifications available to consumers when purchasing a cast. Rather than the single arm holding the reins that the Greek bronzeman maintains, Battle purchased his cast with 2 arms, as can be seen in a photograph taken of the old library cast display, which was set up for the university's centennial exhibition in 1936. In 1976, it was retrieved from storage and painted white for an art department exhibition exploring the idea of the copy in art. Following this exhibition, the charioteer landed in the foyer of the architecture building, where it stood as a mascot for students who showed it affection through minor vandalism, including painting its toenails blue. By this time, neither arm was attached. Today, it stands in the Osborne Seminar Room, armless and returned to its dark patina. And finally, while the Apoxyomenos statue had lost the fingers of its right hand, in 1914, Battle acquired a cast with all of the fingers restored. By the 1970s conservation report, following the cast's tenure in the Classics Graduate Student Lounge, the fingers were missing and required reattachment. The fingers of this cast were intact when we captured it for modeling in May of 2020. Yes, we did this project during COVID and without proper PPE. By April of 2024, the fingers had been broken off by some accident and remained detached again today. What can be learned from the objects of the Battle collection, and especially the legacy of the she-wolf, is that reproductions and replicas are original artifacts with unique contexts, histories, and materialities. As facsimiles, reproduced antiquities evoke the historicity of both the old and the new, and address questions of perception and reception history in the biographies of things replicated in time, while maintaining an inherent productive and liberating distance from their sources, prompting contemporary rethinking on the place of replicas in the history of art and culture. As put by Adam Lowe, director of Factum Arte, a Madrid-based high-resolution facsimile manufacturer, quote, the cult of authenticity needs to be rethought. People need to start separating the idea of authenticity from that of the original, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. We have time for a couple of questions. And well, you decide who raised their hand first.
I will let you decide. Have it go with the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you for that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question about the fig leaves.
Yes.
Could you order like
Yes.
a modest and immodest version?
Yes.
Cool, okay.
So a funny story about that is the Michelangelo's, David, thank you. Totally just blanked on that. Was cast and it was delivered to a queen, again, I'm blanking, It's early in the morning, please forgive me. And she was shocked by the fact it did not have a fig leaf. It was immodest. So she commissioned a custom fig leaf that had hooks that it could be attached to the statue when company was visiting who might be shocked by its immodesty, which leads us to believe that she left it uncovered most of the time. But yes, that was a modification available in cast catalogs.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Julie?
So, I don't know if you know that the Cincinnati she-wolf was stolen.
Yes. Yes. It was cut off at the feet.
It was cut off at the feet.
Yes.
And so it's a really unfortunate thing. And I don't think they've recovered it, and I don't think they will.
They have not. They assume it was melted down as scrap metal, and there is apparently talk of ordering a new replica from Italy that has not been decided on. They have it now?
Yeah.
Okay, I could
Yeah.
not find that online anywhere. Excuse me. Thank you. I would appreciate that. That would be fantastic.
For
Thank
those
you. Thank you
online,
both.
apparently the she-wolf has been replaced.
And pictures are forthcoming.
Any other questions?
Thank you for a great paper. I'm just wondering how widespread were these production, like the production companies? Like, are we talking like production in the double digits, in the hundreds, like at the turn of the century, sort of the height of casts, when you have these catalogs? I guess I'm sort of wondering, I ask this because thinking about, photography, for example, and being able to order images from Pompeii or other sculptural collections, like with casts, where are they usually being produced? Like, what does that production kind of look like? And is it pervasive enough? Like you mentioned, the curator of casts. Like, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of like how many are being, like how widespread is it like a kind of mass market in a sense? Are these quite expensive, I would imagine?
They were, I'm going to say relatively affordable. They were, of course, more expensive for the time, given change in inflation. For instance, Battle's She-Wolf cost about $100, and he got it for a 30% discount. Yeah. The one I found today that's available in the catalog, I believe, is some 6,000 euros. Go back. Sorry, there are a lot of slides. There we go. Yes, 6,270 euros is what it sells for today from the single company making it. But these were quite widespread. These were things that, people who fancied themselves to be elite in the public eye would have casts in their own homes. They would have their own cast displays set up. And that's a lot of the modifications that came with these catalogs. They were scalable. They were available in different patinas and finishes, never polychromy. They were available with replacements for parts of the sculpture that were missing, so recreations. They could come with bases or not. They had fig leaves that were available. So these were widely customizable.
Very choose your own adventure.
Pretty much, yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
But most of Battles came from either Gerber in Germany or P. Caproni Brother in Boston. Yes.
Great. Oh, yeah. All right, let's have one more question.
Do you have any notes, lessons of Battle, so you can put together how we use the cast and the class?
Yes, they are not up on the website yet, but we are developing lesson plans that will be downloadable from the website, from the Learning Resources tab, where there are also links to different outside resources. There's a glossary, and there's also a video we made about how to recolorize them with MeshLab. So those are forthcoming. They are developed. We have tested them in several classes. They're just not on the website yet. For instance, Alex, Adam, and myself have all tested them in undergraduate classes.
I think the question was about Battle's listen.
Yes.
Oh, Battle's lesson plans, I'm sorry.
Don't have any of his lecture notes, as far as I know. His archives are around. He was mainly a Greek instructor, so we don't know how he used them, other than saying he absorbed the majesty of Greece. He did acquire a bunch of past architectural elements that he used because he taught in the architecture school as well. And the only thing that we came across where he talks about that teaching experience was complaining in the 50s, or maybe even earlier. No, it must have been the 50s, early 50s, that students today don't want to look at his casts anymore, and they're all into modern architecture, they don't care about the classics.
But I was also thinking about the works he has chosen. The she-wolves is not so common to be chosen for a Greek teacher.
I have a suspicion that I cannot verify. At the time of the purchase of the Augustus as priest and she-wolf, the only two Roman sculptures in his collection in 1923, is perhaps connected to his enthusiasm for certain political events that had happened in 1922. I can't prove it though, I'm still waiting for
And that's why we just hint at it.
Because there a lot of documentation about these exchanges between what Mussolini would do to stand sculpture.
But he bought it. I mean, we know he bought it. We didn't get it as a present.
Archives are always interesting to look at.
Yeah. Well, we can carry on this conversation all day long.
Thank you.
And yet, and Valentina, you're encroaching on your own time. So thank you so much, Kirsten. Let's give her a quick round of applause. Valentina Follo studied classical archaeology at La Sapienza, Università di Roma, and at the Friedrich Alexander University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany, before pursuing her master's in pedagogy of antiquity from the University of Ferrara. She holds a PhD in art and archaeology of the Mediterranean world from the University of Pennsylvania, with a dissertation on Mussolini's interest in the Augustan legacy. She has received research grants and fellowships from the Getty Foundation, the Bavarian State's Ministry of Education and Culture, and most recently, the Princeton Library. She is currently curator of the Norton Van Buren Archaeological Study Collection and manager of the Classical Summer School at the American Academy in Rome, and teaches in the Department of Classics at the Loyola University Chicago John Felice Rome Center. She has published on both the reaffirmation and the repudiation of ancient Greco-Roman models in early modern and contemporary art and architectural practices. Please welcome Valentina.
Thank you.
Yes.
So first of all, thank you for the organizer for having me here, and I also would like to thank my colleagues at the American Academy because they are supporting these projects, which are, as we heard yesterday, sub-projects of sub-projects of sub-projects. As you know, people that work in archives, you can find a rabbit hole and then you start following it, and that's where you actually get the most interesting results. So today we're going to go in one of these rabbit holes, so to speak. So what started as a simple inventory, or Eliyahu Vedder's bequest to the American Academy, has evolved into a much larger enterprise of detective work. My most recent discoveries, which I'm presenting today, are emblematic not only of the role played by artists as collectors of antiquities, and in turn, the transfer of motifs to their own works of art, but also these collections intersected with the interests of newly created academies, such as the American Academy in Rome. The American Academy in Rome was created on June 8th of 1897 with the dissolution of the former American School of Architecture in Rome, created in 1894, and then expanded in 1895 to include sculptors, painters, and archaeologists. On February 11th of 1913, it merged with the American School of Classical Studies, also founded between 1894 and 1895 by the Archaeological Institute of America, with the aim of promoting the study of the antiquities of Rome and Italy. The merger between the two entities set in motion a major architectural project to welcome the fellows. In fact, both pre-existing institutions had been housed in separate locations. A single purpose-built home, inspired by the Villa Medici on the Pincian Hill, was commissioned from architects McKim, Mead and White and completed on the Janiculum Hill in September of 1914. This new building had living quarters, studios for painters and architects, and a research library. Additionally, it incorporated both a cast room, and that's the cast room, so we did a cast, and a museum, to be situated opposite from one another on the same floor. Very different fates awaited the contents of these two gallery spaces, though they share a primarily pedagogical aim as teaching and learning facilities for professors and fellows. The story of the cast is separate, but we are also investigating that. The museum, shown here in a photograph that is dated between 1914 and 1935, evolved in today's Norton Van Buren Archaeological Study Collection, which comprises approximately 9,000 objects encompassing most classes of archaeological materials. While we do have documentation and inventories, such documentation is far from complete, and several objects lack provenience, provenance, or both. Part of the issues relates to the fact that the collection was mostly assembled right before World War I and World War II, so very complicated period in Italy, as you can imagine, and stored from some time before being inventoried. On October 10th of 1944, 2 entries were penned in the ledgers with the inventory number 4,122 and 4,123. The first, and I quote, Donum Dedit, I like that they actually abbreviated like in an inscription, Miss Anita Vedder from the estate of Elihu Vedder, the distinguished American painter law resident in Rome, a series of 6 interlocking trays of casts of gems and coins. The inside of the cover bears a label of, and they use the French, Antoine Odelli, Artiste Gravot. The entry, 4,123, mentions 11 interlocking trays of glass for a total of 416 fragments. While the glass fragments were not preserved in the original interlocking trays, the cast collection of gems and coins is still mounted in the original wooden cases from the 1800s. The original set of the interlocking trays was not immediately recognizable, though, as the collection had also received the bequest of other casts by Mrs. Van Buren. So by 2018, there were 10 trays of cast. One of them actually had been filled in with some extras sporting a different label because it's actually red. And so it's, we were working on it. And due to the presence of mold and other issues, in particular paper-eating fish, silverfish, all the cast and trays were restored. The original paper lining, which could not be preserved and might have created further damage to the objects, was replaced with a material resistant to biological deterioration. The layout of the casts at the time of restoration was preserved. And I said the time of restoration because some were actually glued, some other were not. So for some, they might have been moved around. The process allowed for the discovery of numbers and other annotation, although not for all the specimens, underneath the casts. They may refer to a catalog, yet such a catalog is not in the Academy's possession, and the archival information is too scant to determine whether it ever existed, and was part of the donation, or it was simply lost among the several relocations of the Norton Van Buren collection, especially during World War II. The restoration also enabled reassembly of the lost set from the estate of Vedder. By looking at the measurement and other internal details, for example, by matching up the wooden veneers, the entry in the ledger seems to have imprecisely recorded the number of interlocking trays, which are, in fact, 8 and not 6. And actually, if you're coming at the Academy, we have a small exhibit in the library showing the cast and showing Vedder's collection of glass. Not all of 416 of them, but some specimens. The study of the casts is part of a separate project, which has already produced interesting results. But due to the time restraints, my focus during this conference will be on the choices made by Vedder in collecting such diverse specimens and how they influence his artistic production. So in 1910's autobiography, The Digressions of V, Vedder writes, and I quote, "My whole life has been but a succession of fads." I refrain. I must admit that beginning with the, let us call it, the Roman period, the fads became more serious and absorbing. Collecting bric-a-brac in general, great fun, end quote. And then a little further, the text continues, and he says that throughout his life, he, quote, "studied little collections of casts of antique gems, intaglios, and coins, and of fragments of ancient millefiori glass." And please note this, "and other things too numerous to mention." As masterly presented yesterday by Dr. Hanson, by the 18th century, impression and cast of ancient gems were actually served both as an educational tool for the study of art and archaeology and as an inspiration for practicing artists. The increased demand outside the scholarly world is testified by the proliferation of these so-called souvenir dactylotheque. Travelers could purchase elegantly arranged sets of replicas of ancient gems and cameos, or could create their own sets by choosing impression they wanted to bring back home, being either exact replicas of ancient gems or cameos, or impressions depicting famous artworks, both ancient, like the Laocoon, or contemporary, like Canova's Hercules in Lycas, which, by the way, it's across the street from us. Treating them similarly to modern photographs, visitors could take home a tangible collection of their stay in Italy. The materials used, as we saw, for the cast were various plaster, sealing wax, glass, and sulfur. I didn't know of the sugar, so that's actually very lovely. And often the manufacturers had their own secret recipes. The casting techniques, in all their variants, became, moreover, an unsurpassed tool for studying artifacts. Drawings and engravings were being replaced by exact, three-dimensional replicas meticulously crafted down to the smallest detail, used by students and scholars. Born in 1785, Odelli was active in Rome and collaborated closely with the successful Castellani family for 40 years, starting in the 1830s. Odelli did not work exclusively for the Castellani family, and unfortunately, he rarely signed his works, making the attribution of original particularly challenging. He received a prize at the International Exhibition of 1862 in London for, quote, "a large 7-layer oriental onyx cameo depicting the hours driving the chariot of the sun," end quote. Regrettably, lost today and not only through a photo. In 1868, he was invited by Wolfgang Helbig to work on the 7th volume of the series Impronte gemmarie dell'Istituto di Corrispondenza Archeologica. The series had been started by Tommaso Cades in 1829, and at his death in 1840, 6 volumes were published. Odelli's reputation for high-quality cast production of intaglios and cameos spread quickly among visitors of the Grand Tour, and his name is one of the few consistently listed in best-selling guidebooks providing tips on places where to buy them, such in Skeller's 1830 edition or Bonfili's 1860, Guide to the Studios in Rome, with much supplementary information, published both in French and in English. Sets of his collections are currently housed in several major cultural institutions, both in Italy, such as the Vatican's Medagliere della Biblioteca Apostolica or the Museo di Roma, and abroad, such as the Walters Art Museum in Baltimore. I'm very grateful to Dr. Herb Martin and Anna Clarks because they're helping me also in studying this set that they are providing all of the pictures. Odelli's workshop changed address several times over the years. The address listed on the specimen in the Academy's holdings was used by Odelli in the final period of his career, starting in 1586. Wederer personally known Odelli and considered him one of the best antiquarians in Rome. He had asked for his expertise to evaluate a piece of jewelry he had actually purchased. And that's the page from Elihu Digressions. Wederer was born in New York, where he received his initial formal artistic training before moving to Paris in 1857. And to finance his grand tour to Italy, he actually sold his gold watch. After Rome and Venice, he settled in Florence for 2 years, where he mingled with an international group of artists, later called the Macchiaioli. So he actually met with Fattori. He was back in the US during the years of the Civil War, and in 1866, he moved permanently to Rome, where he remained until his death in 1923. With the exception of brief return trips to the US, for example, in 1869, to marry Caroline Rosencrantz, or to travel to London in 1870, where he met the pre-Raphaelite Alma Tadema. or for other trips to the peninsula, particularly Perugia and Lake Trasimeno, and after 1904 he also spent part of the year in his newly built villa Torre Quattroventi in Capri. While mostly known for the illustration he created for Edward Fitzgerald's famous translation of Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, published in 1884, Vedder's work included paintings both in fresco and oil, though he also tried his hand at mosaics, sculpture, goldsmithing, and engravings. He made woodcuts for Vanity Fair, for example, and in collaboration with Tiffany & Company, he designed several stained glass windows, such as the Mermaid window at the Barney residence in New York. His murals, as may be seen in the Library of Congress at Washington and at Bowdoin College in Brooklyn. Vedder's artistic production was rather extensive, and to this day, the most complete catalog remains the one assembled by Regina Soria in 1970. Unfortunately, said catalog is not illustrated. Given Vedder's direct involvement in New York decorative arts movement of the early 1880s, his collection of ancient colored glass might have been a source of inspiration of such projects. And I have to say that the glass are organized according to color, so we go from white all the way to black and all the permutation of said color, very tiny fragment but of any possible sort of palette. Furthermore, the mythological and classical imagery incorporated in Vedder's work suggests the influence of his personal collection of gem casts. Vedder was never an official member of the American Academy, though he was friends with several of its key founding figures. For example, one of its directors, Frederick Crowninshield, that was director in 1909 and 1910. At the same time, archival documents demonstrate that he was an active participant in the cultural life of the Academy before and after the construction of the McKimmey and White building. He was often invited to dinner, this is a letter actually with the invitation, and was seen as an inspiring presence for the artists in residence. In 1910, when asked his opinion about moving the seat of the Academy from Villa Mirafiori along Via Nomentana to the Gianicolo, he writes, quote, "I think the transfer would be a disaster, more especially for the students, from its accessibility for all, but for its inaccessibility for all, but those gifted with an automobile." So the problem of the distance was something that was considered, at least by him. It was during my research investigating the relationship between the early history of the American Academy and Vedder that I made quite a remarkable discovery. Preserved in Vedder's files in the archives of the American art, I found these two sheets of drawings. The documents are undated, but are listed as having been executed between 1888 and 1914. On both sheets and in Vedder's handwriting, there is an annotation, and you know, if you can read it, but it really reads AMAC, so it could be American Academy. The sheets immediately attracted my attention as they both display sketches of several objects resembling items in the Northern Van Buren collection. One vase is very distinctive and appears in some of the earliest photos of the Academy's collection. Given Vedder's known connection with the Academy, I assume that he had drawn the items during one or several of his visits there. Further investigation proved that my assumption was, in fact, incorrect. An online reproduction of one of Vedder's work entitled Etruscan Girl with Turtle led me down the right path to deciphering the drawings. The relationship of the reproduction to one of Vedder's own originals was confirmed by Soria's 1917 catalog. She lists the painting Etruscan Girl with Turtle, aka Woman with Pitcher, as being executed and sold in Rome in 1867 for $250 to Jeremiah Curtis. The painting later went to the Moulton and Ricketts galleries in Chicago, and it was described by J.P. Pattinson in the Fine Arts Journal of 1910. The current owner was listed as unknown in the 1970s, and my own research had not yet located the artwork. But we also know that Vedder made several copies of the same work. The picture struck a chord because the vase depicted in it looks astonishingly similar to an anokoe currently in the Northern Van Buren collection. Picture shows that it is indeed one and the same item. The same vase appears, however, from a different side, among those depicted in the undated drawings mentioned above, and in 3 of the illustrations by for Fitzgerald's translation of the Rubaiyat of 1884. One of said illustration, the end of Ramazan, moreover, reveal at least 2 further vessels currently in the Northern Van Buren, and both vessels appear in the drawing preserved in the Archive of American Art. So the discovery suggests at least 2 things. The drawings preserved in the Archives of American Art might date back as early as 1867, when the painting was actually made, rather than 1888. And the vases were in Vedder's possession before the Academy, or the School of Classical Studies for that matter, ever existed, because they were not even started until the 1890s. So far, the items in the drawings that might be identified with certainty are 5 in total, with a working hypothesis for the remainder of them. All the vases were entered into the Northern Van Buren ledger in the 1940s within a tight range of numbers and are listed as source unknown. There are no references to them as having come from Vedder. Clues on how such items might have entered the collection can be inferred both from Vedder's biography and archival documentation. As previously mentioned, Vedder had many fads and collected extensively during his lifetime, not only the casts, the intaglios, and the millefiori glass, but also, and I quote again, other things too numerous to mention, end quote. Vedder must have acquired a specimen while in Italy. We know that he traveled to Etruria, and this is also a time where the legislation about acquiring, selling, was a little shaky, let's put it this way. Not, to be politically correct, not because of their archaeological significance, but because they could be utilized as props and supply sources of inspiration for his artworks. We further know that starting in 1909, when his friend Frederick Crowninshield was director at the American Academy, he lived in Via dei Villini 4, very close to the Villa Mirafiori, that's the early academy, that was occupied by the academy back then. From a letter dated October 12, 1914, we know that, quote, when he gave up his apartment here in Via dei Villini, he sent to us his working tables, easels, casts, etc., many of which had been put into immediate use, end quote. In 1914, the Academy had just moved to the newly built structure on the Gianiculum. And right afterwards, as you realize, World War I struck, so there was not much time to organize material of any kind. The vases used by Vedder for his paintings and drawings mentioned above appear in the archival photo of the Academy's museum room, which we know as a terminus postquem of 1914 and a terminus antequem of 1935, because it's the year the museum was actually moved to a different room and a different location within the Academy. So very short period there. The drawings currently housed in the Archives of American Art are therefore an illustration of some of Vedder's archaeological fads, items later passed on to the American Academy as part of a larger donation until now unknown to the Academy itself. They might even be a sort of visual catalog of the items bequeathed by him. Not trained as an archaeologist, Vedder would not have instinctively cataloged the items. On the other hand, as an artist, he was well prepared to produce precise drawings as records. A deeper analysis, and might add that he was actually obsessed with keeping records, because we have a drawing of every single painting that left his studio. So he was really into tracking down what exited his studio. A deeper analysis of the life and work of the artist Eli Vedder has led to the identification of an impressive group of objects as an earlier donation to the Academy, one that predates the well-documented donation of his daughter in 1923, the glass fragment and gem casts. In conclusion, although only in its initial stages, this research project illustrates how study collections can offer up significant input for the world of archaeology at large. The objects housed in the American Academy are not only emblematic of the role played by Antiquity as a source of inspiration for the artistic production of an international figure like Vedder, but in their afterlife, they also hold didactic value by continuing to inspire research and provide significant contribution, in this specific case, the rediscovery of the provenance of several items in the American Academy's collection. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. And you will be getting
tour.
some exposure directly to the Van Buren collection tomorrow. We have time for some questions.
Yes.
Yes, it was very interesting. Is it possible to develop a little more why he was interested by Etruscan culture?
Not really, and he didn't even I mean, he called it Etruscan girl, and there are other reference of Etruscan material, which in reality is not Etruscan. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of him describing why. There are several references in biography as traveling to Etruria. So he also traveled extensively to Viterbo, Perugia, and he was acquiring stuff. And he says, as other painters do it. So my impression was not that he was interested in Etruscan because he was Etruscan, but because he looked a little different. So something that could actually stand out. And this is actually why I was attracted by these vases, because they are peculiar compared to a regular, Greek.
This picture is very strange. He looks like Oriental.
Yeah, he also, and this is another thing, he also gave to the Academy spearheads, tapestries, paintings, and all of this is actually, we don't have an inventory, and many things, even paintings, and we don't have them anymore. So it was, I would say, a hoarder in some kind. He also Japanese things. My impression is was all for the aim as using them as props, a very traditional setting, but would actually put the object and he was drawing them directly.
We have to think that Lawrence Alma Tadema had similar collecting proclivities. Yeah. His studio was full of random Greek and Roman things as well as Oriental and Orientalizing things of various kinds.
Thank you. And just to pursue this conversation, is it your sense that the things that he collected were odd? I mean, some of these things look really quite strikingly different. And again, you know, one of the aims of this conference is to think about the way in which the canon of our understanding of antiquities is formed. And it seems like this is a sort of oblique view, both of what's available on the market at certain moments, but also his interest is not in, or from what you're just saying, his interest was not in iconic, emblematic, representative examples. It was bric-a-brac that would be useful. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that. But also, how do the seals and the gems fit into this? Because they're not part of the. It's really because
I started looking at him through the gems as an inspiration of his classical motifs. Because if you look at his paintings, they're very classical. The faces, the profile, and then I started noticing as I was doing the research the connection with another word of better. So the idea that these gems and glass and vases are the bric-a-brac. They're really showing, as you are saying, a tangential way of collecting, which is unsystematic. It's just looked at colors, pattern, palettes, weird shapes, rather than something that is a canon of some kind connected with statuary or things that you would collect because you are supposed to collect them. It was in a way collecting the gems that were common, but all of the rest did not fit in this pattern. So it was interesting because it was different. And frankly, I've seen that vase in one of the cases, so I see it every morning as I walk in the office. And when I saw that painting, I say, that's it. I have the suspicion that it's actually not an original, and I would actually ask for some suggestion. It's extremely heavy. The bottom is, never had pottery as heavy in terms of, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on the artist studio that it's not a unique case. Not Alma Tadema is a normal standard artistic practice to collect and to use it. So we shouldn't see him as a special case. It's just something that artists do, collect as they travel, so they have a reference collection that they can use when needed. And any artist you see is sort of standard, not unique.
Yeah, no, it's not unique in collecting. It's the collection is unique for us because we actually were able to track it down. So
Yeah,
the fact,
no, absolutely. But we normally see when we find an artist, we say, oh, well, he used to do that. We see it as unique, but that's something that artists do, and they have a very kind of wide range of interest. So that's something to notice.
Alex, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Valentina. This is super, the wonderful presentation, like the detective work, and again, sort of to the, both as I think Caroline mentions, how these things kind of enter, not canon, but our kind of understanding of canon. But also just seeing these being translated from object to image. Two questions. So, and I'm sorry if I missed this. So the sketches that he seems to have done that, I completely agree, these are those objects. Is the idea that all of those were part of this initial consignment to the Academy and that they still might be found, or that they have, because they maybe weren't official, that some of them could have gone elsewhere? So
I can tell you that so far, actually, I've been able to track them down. I just need to verify, because these are the images. Yeah. Others are more like shape. But if I go back to the picture of, sorry, and I need to go back and not forward. That I need to here this one. Yeah. The part of the case where you have the three circles, actually, if you look at those images, they more or less match the sheet. So it almost seems that, and that's why at the beginning I thought that it was actually drawing from that, and he might have done it later, but it's the 1867 painting that put me off track, because that was too early to actually be at the Academy. Right. So he could have done the drawings after they were actually set up in the case, but this was definitely a stuff, because we're elements. And again, I only mentioned 3 vases, but in Rubaiyat there are other vessels that actually are
that fit with that.
With that pattern. So there is a pattern of collecting, and I think we can track them down all, a couple of them. And they're all in this range when they're entering the collection. So we are in the 40 numbers digits, which is usually when you have bulk of things that entered.
They all come in,
yeah.
May I ask a follow-up on the work that he was doing for Tiffany? So Tiffany, is that later then?
It was working everywhere, so it was very very engaged. We know that he actually worked in several projects at the same time, even patented a way of making glass. We have his patents for Tiffany, and that it was actually with lead, they were like the frames, and then they were discarded because they were too expensive. The time frame is more or less, the main production is in the 1880s, up to the 1890s with Tiffany, more or less.
I was just wondering if because the glass and the cameos are donated by his daughter after his death.
Yeah.
So the utility of those continues, whereas with these specific vases, with the Rubaiyat, he's done them, and then they can go. That's super cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and I have to say that 1914 he was also not producing as much. He was, he died in 1923, an elderly man, so he might have kept things that were more movable rather than things that were bulkier. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Valentina. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, our third and final speaker in this session is Sarah Moore. She's an Assyriologist and digital humanist, currently working as a Humanities Policy Fellow at the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. She received her PhD in Assyriology from Brown University. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for the introduction, and I hope you all are excited for your Assyriological interlude of the conference. So I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about this character, Edgar Banks. If you have gone poking around some of your collections and found a cuneiform tablet or two, this name might look a little bit familiar to you. I decided to sort of do a deep dive on Edgar Banks and sort of the story that he was telling as he sold objects, because when you're selling objects, you're also selling yourself. The narrative that you are telling about yourself is the narrative that you are selling to the buyer that you hope they will adopt and make them want to buy your objects. So a little bit about how I sort of uncovered Banks and where you might want to find more information about him. He's perhaps best known as being responsible for the sale of tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets. That's a conservative estimate, by the way, to colleges, museums, libraries, and also individual collectors around the United States. In my digital project, Where's the Cuneiform, which also hot tip when you start a digital project and think it's not going to be that very interesting and you give it kind of a silly name, don't think that, believe in yourself. So now we're stuck with Where's the Cuneiform. There are about 242 collections in colleges and universities represented in this project, and I can solidly attach Banks to 46 of them. And there are even more that I suspect he is connected to but don't know for sure. For example, he's best known as the person who sold George Plimpton, the famous Plimpton 322 tablet before it was donated to Columbia University. This is the tablet that proved that Babylonian mathematicians had sort of figured out the Pythagorean triples before Pythagoras. And this diagram here, this is a screenshot from Where's the Cuneiform, which shows all of the collections that are connected by Banks. Because of how involved he was in the creation of so many American teaching collections, the story he tells about himself is really akin to the story of these collections. But he was also kind of a master manipulator of his image. It's really hard to get a read on him today, and when you do read about him, you get sort of a variety of different stories. Nancy Freudenthal for Harvard Magazine said, "One gets the impression that at heart he was more of a popularizer than a scholar." Craig Crossan says, "Banks was a high-class grifter who conned the University of Chicago and thus sorry, this is out of order. Benjamin Foster says he was an incautious and tireless self-promoter." Here we go. Craig Crossan gets a little more salty about it and says he was a high-class grifter who conned the University of Chicago and thus indirectly John D. Rockefeller into financing his private enterprise venture into black market Babylonian antiquities. Harsh, but also not entirely wrong. Eva Wasilewska, she's the most praiseworthy, and she says, "Was one of the most honest men in the whole world." Don't know about that either. But Banks was able to manipulate his image in service of this larger story because there were so many gaps in his background. It's really hard even today to try to write just a timeline of his history. So he was born in 1866 in Vermont. Some stories even say in Massachusetts. I'm on Team Vermont. He received his BA and MA both from Harvard, but he did not continue on and get his PhD from Harvard. He went abroad to do that. And the story is that he really desperately wanted to stay at Harvard, but he got into a little bit of an argument with eminent Assyriologist at the time, David Lyon, and was sort of told in no uncertain terms that he was not allowed to stay. He next took up the post of American consul to Baghdad in 1898. Like many who came before him, he used this position to try to get a firman to dig in southern Iraq, with Harvard specifically. He was unsuccessful in doing this, but being a Harvard man was very important to him. Having been snubbed for the PhD, this became even more important, and he really wanted to do this dig with Harvard. Harvard, however, didn't need Banks, and however long it took to get a firman, they kind of gave up on him. However, he did end up getting a permit to begin excavations at Bismaya in 1903 with the University of Chicago. At the time, a young university flush with Rockefeller money and no place to spend it. However, the excavations ended abruptly in 1904. There was a breakdown in the relationship between Banks and Chicago. Allegations of smuggling antiquities was unsurprisingly at the source of this. At the same time, Banks felt like UChicago was not giving him the resources he felt he deserved, primarily in terms of staff. He complained about the assistance that Chicago sent him to Iraq with, calling them weak and unfit for the field. From here, Banks was really never able to truly break back into academic circles, and he sort of turned to lecturing and selling antiquities. But Banks was part of a larger narrative, whether he realized it or not. By the time he and other Americans had come on the scene, Europeans had been in the Middle East for a while. But Americans wanted a narrative that was distinctly American. For the Americans in the 19th century, there was a kind of mythic bond between the foundations of the United States and the Bible, which, if you're following American politics today, not a lot changed. Some American travelers in particular set the stage for Banks, particularly John Lloyd Stevens and Edward G. Robinson. Not only did they have this really distinctly American voice, but they took a sort of more scientific tone that would lend credence to the study of the Bible as an academic text. In the 19th century, American universities really began to embrace biblical archaeology more fully, which gave writers like Stevens and Robinson more legitimacy. Travelers became archaeologists. But there was still a sort of distinct tone to the writing, even if it was more academic. Travelers like Stevens and Robinson returned from the Middle East with a sort of scholarly bravado. The idea of a lengthy and dangerous journey overseas in the service of understanding sort of a mysterious but still scientific past. The objects collected through these journeys became items that were rescued, items that represented sort of conquest or mastery. And collectors have many reasons for forming their collections, both individual and institutional. Colleges and universities in the late 19th and early 20th century, especially the United States, had sort of come to see themselves as museums of knowledge in their ambition to map and order the knowable world. They wanted to sort of create a microcosm of universal knowledge within their walls. Cuneiform became especially appealing in this narrative as an example of one of history's firsts, right? People talk about cuneiform as the first writing, the first books. And if you're forming a collection for your college and you're sort of thinking of yourself as a place where people can study anything and everything, this is something you want in your collection. Institutional leaders also began to see investing in objects like cuneiform tablets as a means of sort of gaining a leg up on their competition. Banks was very good at playing on these desires by targeting leaders at colleges and universities, in addition to other high-profile players in the space. So this is a letter to Henry K. Dunham, a physician associated with the University of Cincinnati, sent in 1919. Banks would send letters like this that used a sort of very similar format. He had his pitch down. He would create an image of himself and, by extension, the objects he was selling and the collections he was creating. So he would begin with the claim that the tablet had, somehow landed in his lap. He had either been given this to sell by someone who was struggling, or, by his connections, he had sort of stumbled upon this object, and he was simply trying to find a home for them. He would also guarantee that they were genuine. In another letter to Dunham, sent in 1925, Banks knew his customers. If they bought from him, he was coming back. He was offering them more objects. This letter closes with the guarantee that these are genuine ancient Babylonian originals. For many years, after the close of the Bismaya excavation, Banks would sign his letters as the field director of the recent Babylonian excavation from the University of Chicago. As you see here, he does that. He signs as field director of the recent Babylonian expedition from the University of Chicago. However, if you remember, that excavation closed in 1904. Here we are in 1925, and he is still playing on this title. Of course, he's not the first and only person to do this. Moses Shapira, an antiquarian and bookseller, often promoted himself as, quote, an agent of the British Museum. However, Banks would not always get away with this. When he wrote to Lewis H. Powell of the Science Museum of Minnesota, Powell decided that he wanted to check on these credentials. He wasn't quite sure about this guy Banks, and he wrote to the University of Chicago. He received a response where he was told, quote, "We do not feel that Mr. Banks is justified in using the name of the University of Chicago for furtherance of these sales." Did that stop him? Nope. Banks was also doing much more on the lecture circuit to sort of launder his image and craft himself as a popular academic, really an Indiana Jones-like character. It's worth paying attention to the lecture circuit, as he would often take the opportunity to sell tablets to colleges and universities while he was in town speaking. Banks's lecture notices began appearing in newspapers in 1898, and he was active on the lecture circuit through the 1920s. 1911 and 1917 were his most active years, but he traveled to over 25 states, often pulling on various repertoire of topics. Sort of scrolling through Chronicling America, a project of the Library of Congress, I found 119 lectures, and some 75 of them included some kind of descriptor of his career accomplishments. Now, slight caveat, if any of you have been featured in any kind of popular article, you know you can't always control what they say about you or what title they give you. So keeping that in mind, however, some things appear repeatedly, and it does not seem that Banks took any effort to correct it, or that maybe he would be interested in correcting any of it. He was referred to as the field director of the Chicago Babylonian expedition 19 times, and for 17 years past the conclusion of the excavation. He was referred to 12 times as a professor of Turkish language at the University of Chicago, which to my knowledge he never was. But he was most commonly referred to as a noted explorer, archaeologist, and traveler. So on May 3rd, 1913, in the Brattleboro Daily Reformer, it says that he was twice arrested by the Turkish authorities as a foreign spy, really playing on this scholarly bravado, this daring explorer who would go rescue antiquities from the hands of the Ottoman Empire. On May 5th, 1913, also in the Brattleboro Daily Reformer, they say he is planning an expedition into the heart of Arabia this summer. The country has never been explored, and it will be necessary to go under disguise. Even then, the undertaking will be attended with great danger. Banks also spends time in his own writings disparaging Ottoman authorities and painting a picture of himself as rescuing objects from people who won't take care of them. Banks was a frequent contributor to Scientific American, often, as much as I hate to admit it, actually writing some informative public-facing articles about Assyriology and about the history of Mesopotamia. This is not one of those. He really plays on this classic narrative still used by collectors and people who justify the illegal export of antiquities today. In his Scientific American article, The Future of the Archaeologist in Mesopotamia, which you see up on the screen, he writes, "Whenever a Turk has found a human portrait sculpted in stone by some ancient artist, it has been his sacred duty to destroy it." This is not a singular instance. Banks was an author of several books as well, and he takes many opportunities to paint himself as someone who is rescuing these objects, who is protecting them from Ottoman authorities who would otherwise not understand their value and not take care of them. And this is something that he also expressed to potential buyers and collectors, like, you can be a part of this rescue mission. I know you will take care of them. I know you are a rightful home for these objects. Some examples from newspapers of how the objects were described that he was responsible for getting into colleges and universities also show some of this same kind of narrative. Lucky for me in particular, in the early 20th century, it was common for newspapers to report on collections like this, entering especially colleges and universities. The University Missourian, in February of 1915, writes about Banks obtaining tablets from an Arabian dealer of antiquities who went to war. They were sold on account of financial necessity, and these tablets ended up at what was at the time Missouri Bible College, but is now in the holdings of Mizzou. The Evening Times Republican, November 9th from 1914, says that 200 Babylonian tablets are on display at the University of Iowa, and they may stay permanently if the chair of archaeology can convince the State Board of Education to purchase them. And so they were secured through Dr. Banks of New York City, quote, "one of the world's greatest archaeologists." And then finally, from December of 1913, we have the article from the Citizen Republican talking about tablets that are now at South Dakota State University. The State Normal School has come into the possession of some rare books in the form of Babylonian tablets over 4,000 years old. These clay tablets were secured from Dr. Edgar J. Banks, explorer and Orientalist, American consul at Baghdad, secretary to the American minister in Turkey. Don't think that was ever true. The field director to the Babylonian Exposition of the University of Chicago in Bismaya. And last autumn, Dr. Banks obtained a large number of tablets which Arabs had recently discovered in the ruins in Babylonia. The tablets obtained by the school, 5 in number, will constitute the beginning of a historical museum which should help make the study of ancient history more interesting. We can only hope, right? And so even in the reporting on these acquisitions, you can see how those narratives that Banks liked to tell about himself sort of feed into the excitement about acquiring objects from him. So what are we learning from Banks's narratives? Banks and his activities were kind of like a microcosm for the construction of American collections at colleges and universities. He was able to sell himself and consequently his tablets. The gaps in his story sort of make it really hard to get a handle on who he was exactly, which really played to his advantage. We get these stories about him from the time while also getting diverging opinions of him today. Was this the goal? Was this a conscious effort on his part? And also, were we expected to read into him what we hoped to read into him? Banks's role in the formation of so many American collections of cuneiform objects and the still present resistance to fully confronting provenance issues of the past could lead to a kind of perhaps willful ignorance about him. It can be upsetting to learn that objects from a collection you work with were possibly looted. There is, in some cases, a continued willingness to work with collections that Banks helped form, regardless of how the objects ended up in the United States. For example, Vasilevska, who we heard from earlier, and who was the most praising of Banks, has published many collections with David I. Owen that Banks helped form. David Owen has been very outspoken against many people in the field of Assyriology, saying that we definitely should continue to publish unprovenanced collections because of how much we lose from not doing so. And so perhaps it is not so surprising that Vasilevska wants to believe that Banks was an honest person. So it's really hard to say why we continue to have these gaps, why these diverging narratives of Banks exist today, but we do know that he was extremely effective in telling a story that potential buyers, potential collectors wanted to hear, a story that people working with collections and acquiring objects at American colleges and universities wanted to believe, wanted to be part of the story of their collections. So just to close, some relevant QR codes. If you want to look at the full range of lectures that Banks gave, the top QR code will send you to a story map on the lecture circuit with Edgar J. Banks. And the bottom QR code will send you to my unfortunately named Where's the Cuneiform Digital Provenance Project. You can look for all of the collections that were formed by Banks, but also see if you recognize any other names. Also, a quick plug for Where's the Cuneiform. This is a project that was very much formed by crowdsourcing and people helping me track things down that I didn't previously know about. For example, I have the letters from the University of Cincinnati because of someone who stumbled upon the project and decided to help me out. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Sarah. Wow, we've got a lot of questions. Let's go right to them.
Thanks, Sarah. That was fascinating. 2 questions about geography. I know University of Breslau ceased to exist in 1945, but have you been able to ascertain whether or not the PhD was real? And the second question is, he was obviously a very itinerant person, but I was fascinated that letters came from like New Jersey, Florida, places that had nothing to do with any of his so-called affiliations. Did he have lots of homes? Did he ever have a real home?
Yeah, he did. So I can't speak to the validity of the PhD. I admit I never thought to even look into that. Just kind of assumed it was valid. In terms of his location, He did move around quite a bit. He did spend quite a bit of time in Vermont upon returning from Iraq, and when he was using New Jersey as his home base, those are mostly the time periods where he was referred to as Dr. Banks from New York City. Alpine, New Jersey is basically right over the border. Florida is actually where he ended up retiring and dying later in his life. Eustis, Florida actually has a historical marker dedicated to him, and also the Eustis Historical Museum supposedly has a permanent exhibit about him.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I actually just want to say bravo and thank you for your confidence in your academic whimsy. For example, the Battlecast project, as we variously call it, in official documentation for a grant is called Blast from the Casts. We quickly dropped that though because we were disconfident.
I mean, honestly, Battlecast project sounds like such a sick project, like, right? If you don't know that Battle is the last name.
A comment about the relevance of this. We recently found 3 cuneiform tablets in the basement of my museum a few months ago, and the list, the little folded up list in this like squirreled away box is his letterhead. And we've been trying to figure out what is going on. These were the cuneiform tablets I mentioned to you that are from him, so this is wild. And I wrote to one of my mentors, and she describes him as a known figure, a kind of shady archaeologist from the late 19th, early 20th century. I think he was actually fired from his university position for selling stolen antiquities. So his reputation is still coming through people in the field via email a few months ago. So thank you for this. I have many questions about these weird little tablets that have been squirreled away in our storage for who knows how long.
Yeah, and I will say it's interesting that he was sort of fired from his position for selling antiquities, because he was certainly not the only person in an academic position, right? We know that very prominent figures like Albert Clay at the Yale Babylonian Collection were very openly doing this. The theory, at least my working theory as to why he was sort of made an example of, is because he sort of crossed this line, right? Like, it was okay to receive tablets and then sell them, but if you were the one smuggling them and selling them, you were doing too much. And so he was sort of made an example of in that case, but also maybe was an easy scapegoat, right? The people who were also doing this wanted to be able to be on record with someone saying, yeah, look at what this guy is doing. This is really bad. We would never, ever do this. So yeah, he was certainly not alone in what he was doing, but he was sort of branded in a way that a lot of his peers weren't.
Dartmouth College has Banks's material. Mm-hmm. However, there's actually a split between Banks's material in the archives versus versus not Banks's material in the museum. So the material that he sold is in the archives. I actually wonder if you know if he sold fakes.
I don't know. Every object of his that he sold that I've personally come into contact with has not been a fake, but it also wouldn't surprise me. Something that I have not been able to confirm, but I've learned from a couple sources, is that he sort of started selling tablets in waves. There's really right at the start of the 20th century, and then again later in the 30s and 40s near the time of his death. The idea was that those were tablets in his personal collection, and he was in financial trouble, and he did not want to release them. Financial trouble might be the kind of thing that would make you start to sell fakes, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, Valentina and then Alex. Then I think we'll have to take a break.
Thank you. This is very fascinating. And we do have a tablet in our archive. We don't know where it's from, but you're welcome to look at it tomorrow. The question I have for you is the material mostly preserved in museums or also in library? Because I found very interesting the comment about first writing. So is this something that it's come across, that there's a difference between collecting for libraries or collecting for museum study collection and so forth?
Yes, so I'm going to try and keep this brief because I love this question and I could talk about it for a long time. But yes, so even as a whole in the Where's the Cuneiform Project, the vast majority of the tablets are in libraries. They're in special collections, right? And it's because cuneiform tablets sit in this really in-between space, right? They're writing. You saw one of the newspaper articles called them a book, right? And so they also are often included in book history. But they're also antiquities, and so they kind of get pushed and pulled in both directions. A lot of them, the majority of them in the project are in libraries, some are in museums. I also think there's something going on where this is a rare instance where the category might be doing more damage than any of the people facilitating the process. The provenance threshold for the acquisition of books for things into special collections is way lower than it is for antiquities, right? And maybe this is something that people like banks knew and understood, and that was a way that they were planning to sort of target potential collectors. But also, if you are concerned with, okay, I run an institution where people come to learn all kinds of different knowledge and I want examples of all different kinds of writing, you may just think the library is a more suitable place for it. But I do think that there are a lot of people who are operating within sort of the confines of their professional standards, but when you treat a tablet as a book, things move a lot more easily than if you treat them like antiquities. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah. This was fantastic. And is this on? Do I need to turn it on?
Yeah.
I think you're good.
I think it's okay. And you gave us so much clarity about where Banks's work in the United States and how these have moved and settled. And this may be unclear in his documentation, but can you give us a sense of where this material is coming from and his contacts? And I mean, is this all coming from, a massive cache that he, acquired when he was in Iraq and, or making these seemingly very kind of brief stays? Mm-hmm. Or do you have a sense of kind of a network that is supplying him over the course of decades, essentially?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of both. Quite a few of the tablets that have documentation with them will say that they're from Bismaya, and so there are probably things that he excavated himself that he brought over. But he was also known to have dedicated contacts in the various markets abroad where he was visiting and staying. And so there were people outside of his excavations who were providing him with material.
Do we know these individuals? Or are they just, he's known to have contact?
Nothing that I've found identifies these individuals specifically, but in his own writings, he sort of reveals that he has connections outside of his excavations. In his own writings, where he also talks about and ultimately brags about how easy it is to circumvent Ottoman law and get tablets abroad back to the US.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Before we head out, please remind yourself to get a sheet, a release sheet in back, and take the time to fill that out sometime today, if you would. And let's give the coffee break about 10 minutes so we can reconvene maybe around 11:20. A round of applause.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. We are on to session 4, if you can believe it, and this is going to be collections and pedagogy in the Anglophone world. First up, we will have Amy C. Smith, who is professor of classical archaeology at the University of Reading, where she also serves as curator of the Your Museum of Greek Archaeology. She received her degrees from Yale and Dartmouth, with stints at the American School of Classical Studies at Athens, the American Academy in Rome, and the American Numismatic Society. She researches Greek iconography and its many manifestations, especially politics and religion, primarily in ceramics. Her work also concerns the history of collections, especially the influence of Winckelmann, the evolution of academic museums, and digital museology. She has co-edited several volumes emerging from curated exhibitions and relevant conferences, symposia, and workshops, including Under the Greek Sky, Taste and Reception of Classical Art After Winckelmann, Winckelmann and Curiosity in the 18th Century Gentleman's Library, The Gods of Small Things, and Brill's Companion to Aphrodite. Her current projects include a monograph on the classical Athenian red figure pot decorator called the Pan Painter. Please welcome Amy Smith.
There we are. Thank you, Kirsten, and Ulf and Raven for inviting me to come join you in this fascinating event. I wear two hats in this presentation. Get myself ready for going forward. I'm a professor of classical archaeology, and that's a full-time teaching job. And it has been for the past 26 years. But at the same time, one of my administrative tasks is to be the curator of the Your Museum. So the way I have managed to do those 2 or 3 jobs and ensure my survival is in part to let the Your Museum's combine collections and archives essentially lead my research, or much of my research agenda. And thus my evolving interest in the collection of antiquity and the evolution of museums of classical antiquity. And there's my museum nowadays. I think it's possibly the only version of it that I'm going to give you for the modern museum, because I'm using black and white pictures from the old museum, if you see what I mean. So this paper is, in a way, a history of the Your Museum, small departmental collection of antiquities that I've had the pleasure of curating since 2000. But in speaking about 2 Thebes, Thebai in Greek, I refer both to the famous city in Egypt, Deir el-Bahari, nowadays Luxor, but also, and even more so, to the city in the region of Boeotia in Greece, northwest of Athens. And I'm taking advantage of the fact that Thebes is a plural name, like Athens and so many other cities that seem to have acquired a grammatically plural name in the Mycenaean period in Greece. But my tale is, more importantly, oh, there's Luxor, there's Thebes in Greece. It's more importantly the story of a pair of classical scholars who became pioneering archaeologists at the beginning of the 20th century, Annie and Percy Ure, for whom the Ure Museum was rightly named in 1977, after they had both passed away, but in due recognition of their lifelong commitment to bringing classics to a wider audience in Reading, what was at first a rural backwater in England. For the University of Reading, which literally just celebrated its centenary less than a month ago, started out in 1892 as an outlying rural college of Christ Church College, that is from Oxford University. And the centenary celebrated our receipt of a university charter in 1926. But it's in the earlier phase, as University College Reading, in fact, that both classics and collections integrated themselves into the future University of Reading. So Percy Ure studied archaeology at part 2 of the classical tripos at Cambridge, and came to Reading actually in 1911 from a lectureship at Leeds as the first and then only professor of classics at this co-educational college. His later colleague, E.R. Dodds, described Percy as gentle, principled, egalitarian, proactive about what nowadays we call inclusivity. The young Annie Dunman Hunt started her undergraduate studies in the same year. There she is. Those who knew her called her Nan, which name I will use for her throughout this presentation, though obviously I didn't know her. Nan was active in student activities like sculling, as shown here, But she also took on leadership roles, for example, as vice chairman of the Student Representative Council and president of the Women's Students Association. In a speech to the Achabates, the university's classic society, which was blessedly recorded, she told us that the university excavations at the Roman site of Lowbury Hill, under the department lecturer Donald Atkinson, sparked her archaeological enthusiasms. Nan may have started her interest in archaeology with the Romans in her backyard, but when she commenced postgraduate studies, she focused her attentions on Greek pottery found in the Black Sea area, which was then in the Russian Empire. And as it turned out, she was a whiz at languages, had added Russian alongside French, Greek, Latin, and whatever else to her quiver of languages during her stint as a school teacher between her degrees. And to make ends meet, as do some postgraduate students nowadays, she got a job as a librarian too. But when Atkinson and the other men went off to fight in World War I, Percy begged Nan to do some ad hoc lecturing in his department because he needed lecturers. Ever the romantic, according to their son Bill, Percy was attracted by Annie's nous and especially her linguistic skills. However, that affair blossomed. By 1918, Nan married Percy, and then 1921 to 22 joined him on excavations at Ritsona in Boeotia. She's the lady with the hat and the box, looking very much in charge. Her linguistic skills and excellent memory lent themselves to her ability to sort pots, and she became the 20th century's leading expert in Boeotian and Euboean pots, especially floral ware. Percy had started excavating at Ritsona in 1907-8 with Ronald Burroughs, who was his senior colleague at his job at Cardiff, his first job after his degree, in fact. Historian that he was, Burroughs had gone to Boeotia looking for Apollo's temple at Delion, where he befriended a gravedigger named Aristides, who tipped him off on the presence of tombs at Ritsona, perhaps ancient Mykolaisos. Then, as now, a permit was required before any excavation work could begin, granted on the condition that you hire local citizens like Aristides to work on the tombs. An Oxford man, Burroughs had started his career as an assistant to Professor Gilbert Murray, a renowned philologist and political liberal in Glasgow. As the first lay principal of the Anglican Foundation of King's College London from 1913, Burroughs co-founded the Anglo-Hellenic League, championed the Greeks' cause, championed the Anglo-Hellenic League and the Greeks' cause in the Balkan Wars, supported Eleftherios Venizelos against King Constantine I, and from 1916 served as a representative to Venizelos' provisional government. After World War I, he established King's College as a center for Slavonic and Southern European, thus regional studies, and helped to establish the Koreas Chair of Modern Greek and Byzantine History, Language, and Literature. Burroughs surely influenced Ure's developing interest in modern Greece and its democratic prime minister, Venizelos, as evidenced by Ure's 1917 address to the Anglo-Hellenic Union, in which he described Venizelos, for example, as the idealist without illusions, a great reformer against a corrupt system of party politics, and an ally of Britain and France against Germany. Both Ures spoke modern Greek and counted among their friends leading figures of Greek archaeology, Christos and Semni Karouzou from the National Museum in Athens, Antonios Karamopoulos, the Ephor in charge of Boeotian archaeology, developer of the museum in Thebes, and George Soteriadis, who excavated the war dead at Cheironeia, to name a few. The Greek political situation got worse, yet the Ures traveled as much as possible and maintained their friendships with local people with whom they had worked on the excavations. Our student Alkistis Fotis found in our archives a letter about a certain Paniotis Salonitis, a restaurant owner with a big family, 4 daughters, who complained to the Ures about how he lost his restaurant in World War II, yet they continued to suffer during the civil wars until 1949. And as it turns out, this correspondence was a huge help to the archaeologists researching these people back in Greece and extended their knowledge of these people by 30 years into the era that they didn't know anything about. The birth of 2 children also kept the Ures busy. But somewhere in the middle of it all, they founded a museum. I noted earlier that since 1917, we have named the museum in Reading's Classics Department for the Euros, but I'd always ask myself why our museum's name includes of Greek archaeology, when its collections cover Cypriot, Egyptian, even Little Roman, and modern. We have a few casts. The simplistic, uninformed, and emphatically wrong answer is that the Euros had to have a Greek museum to display their artifacts from Ritsona in. This is wrong because the Euros were ahead of their time in believing that artifacts should be kept in Greece and studied and presented according to their tomb groups. In the Old Themes Museum, until its redesign in 2009, in fact, a visitor was welcomed to the space with 6 island cases presenting the tomb groups of exemplary graves from the Euros Ritsona excavations. Alas, I can't find a picture of that now, but here's an image of Nan just outside the old museum and some of the pots in the museum. In preserving and presenting tomb groups, Ure credits his friend Karamopoulos, archaeologist and F4 of Antiquities, for displaying, quote, the complete finds from Ritsona's graves, each as a unity in the cases of Boeotia's regional museum at Thebes. But in excavating Ritsona's tomb groups as grave groups, Ure himself had followed the pioneering example of his hero, Paolo Orsi, who is also celebrated at the regional museum at Syracuse in Sicily. I learned of Ure's admiration for Orsi from Nan and Percy's son, Bill, who visited when we were redesigning the museum. Bill was kind enough to bequeath to us some of Percy's ancient history texts and framed pictures in our reconstruction of Percy's academic desk circa 1936. One of those framed pictures was a cartoon of Paolo Orsi, and I show another image of Paolo Orsi with, though he wasn't a numismatist, a mustache that would outdo any numismatic mustache, just for reference so you can figure out which picture it is. The cheap, mass-produced terracotta vessels and figurines in Ritsona's graves illuminate aspects of Greek industry and commerce that defy the Victorian idealistic view of Greeks as all having tombs filled with beautiful stuff. And in fact, since these humble specimens form the majority and are mostly representative of the ceramic mass of production, in adopting what Ure called the archaeological rather than art historical approach, Burroughs and the Ures effectively exploded the myth that artistic masterpieces were filling every grave. Of course, they were fighting against aestheticism as the driving force in early archaeology, the ultimate result of which had already become the plundering of the ancient necropolis. This is a time when Boeotian archaeology was considerably undermined by plundering graveyards, for example, nearby Tanagra, in search of those colorful Tanagra figurines for collectors. And making optimum use of the archaeological context of each tomb, Burroughs and Ures introduced Boeotian and more generally Greek archaeologists to the real value of their archaeological heritage. Burroughs adamantly defended the practice of recording everything in each tomb, in keeping with the emerging epistemological goals of the time, scientific positivism and factual objectivity, noting, our faults lie not in recording too much, but in observing too little. Burroughs and the Ures also, their work encouraged theoretical approaches to issues of industry and commerce, as I've mentioned, and the emerging field of Boeotian burial archaeology. For example, they preserved skeletal remains, which most didn't do at the time, and served as a foundation for the study of regional fabrics. Percy is well known nowadays, in fact, for his contribution to the study of an Attic copy of a Laconian shape called the Droop Cup, while Nan correctly identified the so-called Samvide cups, like the one I've shown you here, as Corinthian, more than a decade before the excavators proved it when they found an ancient kiln site at Corinth. Because of Burroughs' untimely death in 1920, the Ures were left to publish the Ritsona material, which they did in the late 20s, early 30s, in meticulous detail, including complex taxonomies. We still have copies of these books in our museum if anyone wants to buy them. I'm sure it's been digitized on, all the available things. But anyway, that they excavated, presented, and published each tomb as a whole, one contained 447 items, was frankly derided at the time. In reviews in the Journal of Hellenic Studies, Humphrey Payne complained caustically that care killed the cat, while Martin Robertson quipped, we are but human, and the whole truth about Ritsona is more than most mortals can digest. I used to be a fan of Martin Robertson. Another common and simple answer to my question, why the Ur Museum is of Greek archaeology, is that Nan and Percy were Philhellenes. This is, to a degree, true. Yet the real answer is more complex, for their vision was once much more broad, as you will see. For Reading Museum College had contained antiquities since before Percy. Another Percival, Professor John Percival, an agricultural botanist, had collected an amazing archive of wheat from all over the world. The Percival wheat collection included a small box. I'm sorry, I think it's the one on the left of this slide. Small box, as I say, of wheat said to have come out of an Egyptian mummy. It was made such for tourists. It turned out that it was filled with rice, but they turned it over to the Ur Museum in 1959 because obviously the wheat collection didn't need it anymore. In 1913, a local businessman, George Palmer, bequeathed casts of reliefs from Pharaoh Hatshepsut's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, i.e. Thebes, Egyptian Thebes. And the college, and specifically its library, had exhibited Egyptian antiquities, including some from Egyptian Thebes. I show, for example, Bastet on the right here, on a fragment of a pot. They'd had them since 1909, when they received them as part of their subscription to the Egypt Exploration Fund. The Egypt Exploration Fund was responsible for the import of hundreds of thousands of Egyptian artifacts into the UK. Founded in 1882 by Amelia Edwards and Reginald Stewart Poole, it was sort of an institutional crowdfunding scheme to enable excavations in Egypt, but also publications and lectures, not the dispersal of finds. From 1883, Gaston Maspero, then head of Egyptian antiquities, negotiated a system of partage via licensed excavations permitting export by foreign missions that directed the fieldwork. After each annual exhibition in London, then, the fund distributed finds to public institutions and thus became one of the objects of the Egypt Exploration Fund. There was, before World War I, therefore, the nucleus of an archaeological collection at Reading. By 1919, clearly the Urs had brought this Egyptiana, together with material from the department's nearby excavations in Lowbury, Berkshire, that had inspired Nan, as I earlier explained. In the same lecture to the Achabates that I noted earlier, and don't worry, we don't have time for this, but if you want to hear her words, you can use that QR code. Nan discusses two skeletons, male and female, uncovered at Lowbury and displayed in Reading in a museum of history and archaeology. This is a museum attested in the archives. I'd never heard of it before. And I was sure that we didn't have any skeletons in our closet, so where had they gone? The male figure, a late medieval warlord, was easy to find. Once buried in his finery in a barrow, even with imported cloisonné alongside his military stuff, he can now be seen in his own exhibit room, purpose-built in 2017, in the Oxfordshire County Council Museum in Woodstock. For Lowbury has been in Oxfordshire since 1972, when many of the Lowbury remains were sent to that council. In the intervening years, they had been stored in University of Reading's History Department, and then its offshoot, Reading's Department of Archaeology. Some of the Lowbury material remained in Reading archaeology for study purposes, but clearly not all of it. And there he is, laid out in all his finery, just in case. So Amara Thornton, who did much of this archival research, did this excellent graphic that explains some of this, but the female skeleton was harder to find. The excavators had a nice drawing showing that they found her in a robber's trench, bottom left, in the ruined wall of a Roman building, naked without grave goods. If you get a very good drone, this is what that building looks like nowadays, hiding away in the grass. Her bones had been stashed away, as it turns out, in a storeroom at the Oxfordshire County Council Museum. What with hard hats, it really was our Indiana Jones moment when in 2019, together with Rhys Smith, Jane Holly, and Amara Thornton, I found her there in two disparate boxes, basically marked as two separate sets of bones, and it's only when we took them out we realized they were one complete skeleton, minus a finger. The other half of Amara's excellent graphic explains more of the prehistory of the Ur Museum. Through the era of the First World War, unsurprisingly in a time of nationalism, there was an evolving Romano-British museum. It incorporated some, if not all, of the Anglo-Saxon coins that Percy's colleague Frank Stenton had collected. Frank, Mary Stenton, Percy's contemporary and professor of medieval history at Reading from 1912 to 46, thereafter vice chancellor of the university, in fact. He also had a clever and capable wife, born Doris Mary Parsons, who was Annie's near contemporary as an undergraduate at Reading. She was a lecturer at Reading from 1920 and rose through the ranks, finally got her PhD, and even became a fellow of the British Academy, whose archive room is now named for her. The Ures and Stentons, two power academic couples, had a friendship in the early years. It seems they joined forces in the immediate post-war period from 1919 to 22 to create a more universal museum of history and archaeology on the university's campus. And this is where Lowbury materials lay side by side with Stenton coins and our Egyptian and Greek material. For example, the British School at Athens' excavation in Sparta to build a teaching collection. But for reasons still not clear, perhaps even interpersonal, there was a split along departmental lines by 1922. The Stentons and other historians took Lowbury into their Romano-British Museum, while the classics department was left with everything else, Egyptian, Cypriot, Greek, in what the university came to refer to as the Greek Museum, or Museum of Greek Archaeology. Bolstered by a donation of some of the British Museum's lesser trifles, that's a quote, the Ures continued to expand the Greek Museum to represent the breadth and depth of ancient Mediterranean culture as best they could. It included more Egyptian material, this time from John Garstang's excavations housed in Liverpool's Institute of Archaeology. Garstang, by the early 20s, working in the British Mandate Palestine, had instructed his colleagues to sell the Egyptian material, so Percy Ure purchased a selection that Meta Williams, the Institute's secretary, helped to catalog. As it turns out, there's a local connection here too, because she had a brother who was professor of bacteriology at Reading. So Nan continued to grow the collection conservatively with modest purchases, mostly from small grants and from the university, gifts from alumni, neighbors, and others. For example, the Sam Vide cup I showed you earlier was donated by author John Fothergill, and the Black Gaze Cantharos from Martin Robertson, then keeper of Greek and Roman antiquities at the British Museum, who gave it to us on account of his having gone to school in nearby Pangbourne. Most donations were done on such friendly terms. In fact, you will remember my mention of the Ures' friendship with Semni Papaspiridi Caruzu, the curator of Greek pots at Athens National Museum. She's sitting here with a parasol. She gave Nan a cast of a lapith from the Parthenon, which Nan in turn bequeathed to the Ure. And there's the lapith. The story of this gift, which speaks of a deep and lasting friendship between these two archaeologists, is included in our digital exhibition on hidden women in the archives of the Ure. But I will end with the Blitz of London in 1940, which is theoretically when this theme is supposed to end. The East London warehouse of Sphinx, an antiquity dealer, was one of many warehouses bombed in the Blitz, whereupon lots of pots were broken. The Beasley Archive includes photographs of several of them from before the bombing, and this is one of my favorites. A 5th century Athenian Panathenaic shape amphora decorated with a red figure illustration of a youth playing a double aulos, a blaring wind instrument through reeds. The most interesting of the splintered fragments of this tall vessel that survived the Blitz preserves the musician's hands on the end of the aulos. We're pointing to it. It's the color bit in the middle. The vessel is interesting because of the image of its musician, the image of the pot on the pot, and because of the shape of the black figure amphora, such as was filled with Athena's olive oil and awarded to victors in the Panathenaic Games. I show you an example of one from the British Museum on the right. Its more slender proportions have everything to do with the fact that it's a later version of this theme, or a later version of this pot. Anyway, Nan rescued this small group of war-damaged pots from Sphinx, where they had lost any monetary value. She gave them a new home in a museum that championed their archaeological and historic value. And this fragment has been exhibited in at least 3 of our temporary displays and 2 PhD projects. Annie Dunman Hunt Ure survived her husband by 3 decades, but died half a century ago, 10 days after the University of Reading awarded her an honorary doctorate in recognition of her contributions spanning 65 years, most as curator of the Museum of Greek Archaeology. She wrote more than 50 articles and with Percy co-authored 3 books. So it would be inappropriate to judge that the Ur Museum is her greatest legacy, but it is a great one that she shares with Percy. The museum, and this is essentially how she left it in 1976, museum is their lasting memorial, a reminder of what was important to them and how they pioneered in regional archaeologies, which the Ur Museum highlights with the second largest collection of Boeotian ceramics outside of Greece. And there's actually a scholar from the Swiss school who came to study our fragments. Burial archaeologies, which the Ur remembers with a reconstruction of the last Ritsona tomb the Ur is excavated, which is behind our scholar there. An emphasis on the whole tomb as a window to the life, or at least the death, of a real person, which in turn brings us to the importance of study and display of humble artifacts, not just pretty things that fetch high prices at auction. Even fragments have their uses. And the Urs loved and championed Greece as the free and democratic state that it has theoretically become. Their ever-growing circle of friends, Greek, British, and others, encouraged and supported their efforts, including with donations of artifacts. With their liberal leanings, the Urs saw and worked beyond national boundaries and nationalism, not least with their efforts to establish a World Archaeology Museum. Although ultimately that was not realized, they continued to actively acquire Egyptian, Cypriot, Etruscan, and other materials, offering insights into ancient Mediterranean civilizations, much to the benefit, therefore, of the students and scholars in the classics department. Studying these civilizations together certainly brings life and variety to the study of history, which was, according to Nan Ur, her husband's goal in creating a teaching collection. In this spirit, in fact, today, I begin my efforts to change the name of this small departmental museum simply to Ur Museum, for that is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. That was a fantastic talk about a wonderfully archaeologically progressive couple and the museum, I'll say museums they birthed and the practices we still engage today. We have a few minutes for questions. What do you think?
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. I think something that's really come up in the last few days has been the very different approaches to curating. And you mentioned that the Urs were really interested in keeping things with their hoards, with their fine spots, and not only leaving them in Greece, but if you did bring them over, acknowledging their context. Was that a great impact at the time? Was that considered unusual in the UK? I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and I didn't point out, I don't know if there's any Oxford people in the audience here, but Martin Robertson and Humphrey Payne were from Oxford, and Oxford was and has remained, because of Beazley, the epicenter of the study of Greek pottery in Britain. And so I don't have a quote from Beazley about the Ur Museum, but he did contribute, in fact. Edward Perry Warren, when he died, Beazley was one of his, executors of his will, and he bequeathed us 2 casts that he thought would be useful for our museum from Ned Warren's collection. Anyway, so they were all connected and everything. They weren't, well, we have friendly relations still with Oxford, but this is to say that I think the art historical approach to Greek pots really continued well beyond the Ur's time and continues in some circles today. And I mean, I'm a practitioner of it too. I'm at both ends of the spectrum, if you see what I mean. So yeah, so certainly in Britain it was and was unusual. Contextual archaeology, Cambridge has more of a name in, and it's interesting to me that Percy and Burroughs, they were Cambridge men. So maybe it made a difference all that time ago too.
This is a little more on the side of curatorial practice, but I'm wondering, I know you had mentioned the sort of spark question of why is it called the Greek Museum. But I'm just wondering, what is it that brought you to this amazing sort of path of tracing the collection and looking curatorially at the collection through the collecting history? Was there one thing that inspired it, or what? Just because it's a really I think oftentimes collections are sort of cataloged and then left as is, and there's not as much done with the history of the collecting. And it's a really fascinating path and approach.
It's a good question, and I'll try to be brief here. I haven't really thought about it before, but I was lucky enough to get funding to redesign the museum in 2004 to 5, which is where we made it more colorful. And we also, unfortunately, the pots were displayed kind of, here's all the lekythoi, here's all the eriboloi, which is kind of weird because it was contrary to the EUR's own archaeological practice, but I suppose it was because it was a teaching collection and it was in a small space. And when we redesigned it in 2004 to 5, we were informed by the archives. I think before that I hadn't appreciated, I'd only been in the job for 3 or 4 years. And actually the museum office had been used as a teaching office until then. So basically we kicked my colleagues out of the teaching space and ransacked the archives and just found that there was just tons and tons of information that told a different story from how the museum had turned out. What I'm unable to, what I've never found is to what degree the actual presentation of the objects as I found them in 2000 matched what Annie had, well, she was in charge of it. Percy had died, but they moved into the current building space in 1957 to 60. And we have pictures of what it looked like then, and I showed you that picture, but it doesn't show you everything. So, and it doesn't show you the labels. So I'm not quite sure how it was presented in that sense.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and thank Amy Smith again. Okay, our next presenter is Monique Weber, who is a teacher of Latin, Humanities, and English language at Melbourne Girls Grammar School. She was previously a teaching specialist in Ancient World Studies at the University of Melbourne. Her research focuses on Imperial Rome and its early modern to modern reception. Inspired by her recent move from tertiary to secondary education, Monique is also exploring the implications of classical reception for contemporary students and teachers. Welcome, Monique.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Before I begin, I wish to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I live and work, the people of the Bunurong and the Wurundjeri nations, and to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and to the future. I would also like to join everyone in thanking our amazing organisers and hosts, particularly the American Academy and the Swedish Institute, and also the generous support of the Bank of Sweden and my own institute, the Melbourne Girls Grammar Institute, which is the research part of my school, for funding my research today. The city of Melbourne in southern Australia did not have the most illustrious of beginnings. It really didn't. First of all, it was stolen twice. To begin with, from the Indigenous peoples of Australia by the British colonists in frontier wars that went on brutally until the 1920s, and ramifications of which can still be felt today. But then from the British colonists by the British colonists, when a group of breakaway settlers decided that this very pretty bay down the south with its temperate climate deserved to be more than just an outpost of the already established colony of New South Wales, which you may know as Sydney, the more fashionable city of my nation, not mine. When the British Crown capitulated in 1836, Melbourne was a city in name only. It was known locally as Tent City because it looked like this. It was a rudimentary settlement on the banks of the Yarra River. Bear this image in mind. In fact, upon his arrival, Charles La Trobe, who would later become the superintendent and lieutenant governor, he declared Melbourne to be 16,000 miles from civilization. Within 2 decades, however, the city had gone from a collection of tents to a bustling Victorian-era town. This picture is less than 20 years after the image I just showed you of the tents. The discovery of gold outside Melbourne flooded the city with wealth and caused rapid urbanisation. There were 177 settlers living in Melbourne when it was declared a city. By 1854, so less than 2 decades later, there were 76,500 Melburnians. In the same decade, Melbourne would hold the title as the richest city in the world. How was this town to establish its identity when the eyes of the empire were upon it? Interestingly, Melbourne did not do so through war or politics or any of the typical imperial stratagems of the day. Instead, it chose to define itself through art. Sir Edmund Barry, Judge of the Supreme Court of Victoria, you can see his sculpture in the middle, took the matter of rendering the urban landscape suitable to the prospects of the colony into his own hands. Edmund Barry really had no jurisdiction to do this. He was the Supreme Court judge. That was it. He was kind of the self-proclaimed Princeps Augustus of Rome. Bear in mind it was quite early on in the colony. But on a single day in 1853, and on a single street, he founded a university, a library, and within that, a museum. Barry went on to boast that no other city had done so much for culture in the space of less than one day. A little less than a decade later, the council commissioned Clement Hodgkinson, an engineer with a love for art, to redesign the Fitzroy Gardens on the city's eastern edge. And this is an image of the Fitzroy Gardens here. The Fitzroy Gardens are one of a slew of public gardens encircling the Melbourne CBD, or Central Business District. The land for these gardens was set aside by La Trobe, he of the 16,000 miles from civilization, soon upon his arrival to ornament the nascent city with a green necklace. This he felt would be fundamental to a new city. So let's bear in mind that Melbourne is literally some tents. And La Trobe decides where the city is going to be with the help of the surveyors, but also ensures that there is going to be a ring of gardens around Melbourne, which still exists today. Melbourne was a child of the Industrial Revolution. The convict labour that led to the transportation that led to Melbourne was because of the outcome of the Industrial Revolution in England and the terrible social conditions. Melbourne's rapid urbanisation was made possible by the industry of the Industrial Revolution, and the emphasis on beautifying the city with nature and culture reflects contemporaneous social movements in England that sought to edify a populace scarred by a century of unprecedented labour conditions. As both a classicist and a proud Melburnian, I would love to say that you could align Melbourne with the concept of Athena, springing fully formed from the British Empire, beautiful and brandishing a war cry. In reality, we're a bit more like Dionysus, coming from maybe a less salubrious area, slightly dodgy origins, and a questionable moral character, but nonetheless coming out anyway. Today, we will uncover how this precocious child of a city built and used cast collections and their echoes today. We will look firstly at the question of why antiquity? Programs and experience, pedagogy and engagement. Did this all have the desired outcome? And then some conclusions. So our background images today are if they're of gardens or of the Fitzroy Gardens, unless I say otherwise, or they're going to be of images of the sculpture museums. First of all, why antiquity? Why did Melbourne's tastemakers decide that antiquity was the preferred vehicle for public art? This was the era of the pre-Raphaelites and of the great history sculptures. Let's remember that Melbourne was the richest city in the world. It could basically have whatever it wanted. A few decades later, Melbourne art dealers would be vying with the Metropolitan Museum of Art to purchase things. We were within a day of buying the Vermeer Girl in a Red Hat, which the Met got instead. We were ridiculously wealthy. It could have anything. It could have commissioned whatever it wanted. It did participate in this in some way. This is the sculpture of Burke and Wells, who were Australian explorers. This was made only 5 years after their exploration in the history style. As you can see from the person standing at the base, it's huge. But the preference was for casts. This is quite unusual. The vast majority of public art at this time was casts. This was not the less expensive option. Most of the casts were purchased from Bruciani, at the British Museum, who, as Kirsten rightly pointed out, it's cheaper than an actual sculpture. Let's bear in mind where Australia is. Shipping is expensive. So it's not a cheap option. It's not even a less risky option because they're plaster. They could break. Melbourne was willing to sink a considerable amount of money into this. This is representative of the power that was invested in beauty in the late industrial era. In a few decades, this concept would become the picturesque. But for now, it was the antique. This newspaper article about the casts at the museum perfectly encapsulates this viewer. In this country, so far removed from the seats of the renowned originals, the presence of such objects must serve as the best instructors of public taste, an appreciation of what is correct and beautiful, a true conception of the principles of liberty. We have here the idea that taste can be learned or even instructed and is shared because these are public collections. The idea that what is beautiful is also what is correct. Again, we have public sanction above individual preference. In fact, if what is publicly thought to be beautiful is also correct, then anything that goes against that is incorrect, and morally so, because to understand what is correct is to understand liberty. But whose liberty? We must bear in mind that this was a very selective view of Melbourne's population. Melbourne currently has held for a long time and continues to hold the title of the most multicultural city in the world. At its foundation, as I mentioned, there were already the Indigenous peoples living there who themselves are of very many different nations and very many different collective groups. Even the concept of the settlers, as we refer to our original people, were English and Irish, very different people themselves. By the 1850s, there was a very large Chinese population in Melbourne, soon followed by European, basically everyone. But that is really not represented in the idea of the classical class. This was an imperial view of beauty and who deserved to see it, and in turn, who deserved to be part of the empire. It's important to note that imperial ideologies notwithstanding, Melbourne's cast collections are notable for having been freely accessible to everyone. In fact, the newspaper article that we just saw was praising not only the collection, but also that it was being available in the museum. This is the original museum in the library, for extended hours. The reason for this is that nearby was the Working Man's Institute, which is essentially a training school for men of the working class. They had requested that the library be open after working hours so they could go there. Local schools were allowed to go there. Everyone was permitted. It was open incredibly late at night and potentially on the weekends as well, so that you could go and see it. What did you see when you arrived? These were not random collections of greatest hits, as some scholars have argued. Instead, they were carefully curated programs and experiences. Redmond Barry's choice was based on works he had seen in Rome as recorded in his journal, which is in the background. And so was their experience. He wrote his own guidebook, like I said, very much self-proclaimed first citizen. Not only founded the museum, chose the collection, and then wrote a guidebook for it as well. And it does seem somewhat eclectic. It directed you to go from, say, the Borghese Gladiator to the Discobolus, then back to the Laocoon, then to jump around. You'll notice as well that the vast majority of works are classical, but then there's also some classical language, so we have Giambologna's Mercury as well. This seems, when you read it, kind of sporadic. Like, why am I jumping from one area to the other? But we have to recall that Barry had been in Rome during the torchlight tour eras, which we heard about yesterday, when the ciceroni or the guides would take you from one work to another to appreciate different elements of beauty. The library did not have access to ciceroni, but within the guidebook, Barry suggested itineraries that encouraged the visitor to flit from one work to another, comparing iterations on similar themes, following Western art's development, or considering its most celebrated works. In so doing, Melburnians literally walked the path of art history. So too in the gardens. Here, a complex iconographic program unfolded along the paths, with the domains of each god and goddess cumulatively spelling out a vision of Melbourne as a city of youth, culture, and prosperity, writ large in classical language. So that's the original path. This is essentially where they were. So at the beginning, you would have the Amazon Mate and walk down to the Diane à la Biche at the end. This is the East Hotham Walk, which bridged the suburbs with the city, very much ex-rurale and urban, so coming out of the countryside into the city. It begins with the wounded Apollo, Matai, who is representative of wild beauty. Then we have the seasons representing nature regulated to time, as well as the concept of prosperity. We also have the Terpsichore and Apollo. Here we have an implication of the idea of culture. Then we have a Hebe, who is, where is she? On the right, which is generally seen as a concept of youth, but we have to remember that this is being overlaid with Victorian era sensibilities. Hebe was known as a symbol of the temperance movement. So not only is she a symbol of youth, but she's also a symbol of discipline and of reining in the passions, essentially. Then this ends with the Diana Labiche, a wild goddess, yes, but considerably more controlled than an Amazon. There are also the implications of culture, because this is a copy of the work that was in the Louvre. So essentially, this is all about beauty and prosperity, a program of transforming the site from a wilderness into a city ideal. Through these two cast collections, Melburnians experience art as a carrier of meaning about themselves and their city. The experiential element was key. To walk around Melbourne in the 19th century, to be within its foundational cultural institutions, was to live out their values of taste, what is correct and beautiful, and of liberty. This was performative pedagogy. The act of engaging with these collections both imparted their meaning and publicly identified you as a member of the cultural ideal that the works evoked in their iconographic and viewing programs. We might think back over the images that we've seen the last few days, where there's always people in the background striking very aesthetic poses as they look at artworks. So this is very much part of being the ideal of what was a post-industrial city. Now, this is all lovely in theory. And if you've ever planned a lesson, particularly if you've ever planned a lesson for teenagers, lesson plans are always lovely in theory. But did it actually work? We can explore this through contemporary educational theory. The cast collection's success relied upon three factors: understanding, participation, and engagement. Now, it's one thing to put in all of these casts, to have a beautiful iconographic program, to make it open for extended hours, to have a guidebook. That's helpful. The gardens had nothing. Sometimes you'd have the name of the work. But was the average Melburnian actually capable of understanding the sculpture's meaning? In the terminology of Vygotsky's educational theory, is it within their zone of proximal development? That is, within the scope of understanding they had when first encountering the work, and from which they could build meaning? In a word, yes, it was. We know from the article in the Australian News that the sculpture collection was made available to and enthusiastically used by working class men. If they did not know the works before, they would now. It's also notable that a lot of the works were duplicated in the gardens. So the works that were in the Sculpture Museum were the Bruciani casts. The ones in the gardens obviously can't be plaster. They were concrete casts taken of the ones in the museum. So we can see here that this duplication allowed for greater understanding. Similarly, this extract from the popular novel Mystery of a Handsome Cab uses not understanding the Fitzroy Garden sculptures to convey the ignorance of the character Gorby. Mystery of a Handsome Cab's not quite a Penny Dreadful. It's more along the line of Sherlock Holmes. It was actually written by a friend of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. But in this text, it assumes that not only do you, reading it, do you know what the sculptures are, it's a bit of an in-joke. So the writer is assuming that most people would know what these sculptures were. So we can therefore assume that there was at least basic understanding of the sculptures' identities amongst the people of Melbourne. Now, was the general populace who could recognise a caste identity able to participate in the creation of meaning they required, the reading of the program and the recognition of their own role within that? Because if it's performative pedagogy, you need to actually understand that you are performing. Here, we can use Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive levels. This argues that the majority of students, or here viewers, can access a concept at the level of remember. We might see this as recognition of the caste origins. We've established that the majority of Melburnians could reach the next level, understand, at the very least. Even this was enough to contribute to the performative display of cultural identity in Melbourne, as exemplified in this postcard. Here we see visitors to the garden, either existing alongside the artworks or actually engaging with them. But the person who sent this card and seen fit to relabel it Melbourne, which is somewhat unnecessary because it says Melbourne right here, They have created meaning from these lower levels by aligning this object with themselves and their experience. So they've not only chosen to purchase this card, which shows that, but they've actually sent it to a person, re-emphasize that this is Melbourne. This is where I was. This is something of which I've been part. So we can see here really accessing it at the higher levels. So your average Melburnian could both understand and participate in the pedagogy of these collections. But finally, did they want to? Here we have to look at two different types of motivation as expressed by Ryan and Decky in their self-determination theory. Ryan and Decky argue that extrinsic motivation, which is being persuaded to learn by someone or something external, so your motivation is purely external, is short-lived. It relies upon too many variables. Whereas intrinsic motivation, being personally motivated to learn, is considerably more sustainable. Melbourne's cast collections may have been imperial propaganda written upon the urban landscape, but it was for a receptive audience, within spaces that they wanted, and for a shared purpose and benefit. I'd like to obviously put in the caveat, this is a very selective view of the people of Melbourne, but as far as Barry was concerned for who he was trying to access, they wanted to be part of that. For them, to engage with the cast collections was to benefit you and your community. Clearly, the cast collections achieved their desired outcome in the long 19th century. What about into the contemporary era? At their heart, the collections were about making Melbourne a city of art, and they achieved just that. The National Gallery of Victoria, which you can see here, the descendant of Barry's Sculpture Museum, persistently ranks within the top 20 most visited museums in the world. Just to put this into perspective, the NGV, as we call it, is not Australia's national gallery, and Melbourne is not the nation's capital. We're also not Sydney, just to highlight that. We're very much the second sister of Australia. It's not to say it's not a lovely gallery. It is a beautiful gallery. I've been running around there since I was about 4, but it's not the Met. So where do these figures come from? Unlike the other top-ranking Anglophone institutions, where an average of 75% of visitors are tourists, at the NGV, 75% of visitors annually are local. We love our art in Melbourne. There was, however, a darker side to the cast legacy. The view of Melbourne that they created was male, elite, and white. This threw a long shadow over the 19th and 20th centuries. Although he claimed that education should be for all, under his governorship, the University of Melbourne did not accept women. By him, I mean Redmond Barry, sorry. As female scholars, we were therefore excluded from the taste that was taught there. This was a very short-lived issue. University of Melbourne, which is my alma mater, was founded in 1853. By the 1880s, it was one of the first institutions in the world to allow women not only to study, but to graduate from arts and from medicine. So fortunately, it was short-lived. After Redmond Barry died, everything changed. But even when women were admitted, this concept of women being excluded did persist. So as I said, this is my alma mater, and fun fact, that window is the office where I wrote most of my PhD. But at the time when I was doing this, I was the only woman completing a PhD in classics, and I had frequently been the only girl in my class. The numbers are shifting dramatically, but Latin remains dominated in the secondary and tertiary sectors by male teachers and students, although the latter is reaching parity. Similarly, the biggest growth in ancient history in Melbourne schools has been in the fringe suburbs, whose demographic is predominantly recent immigrants and often refugees. This is not the Melbourne that Barry envisioned, but it is the culture of identity enfranchisement that his cast created. In conclusion, Melbourne was an ambitious upstart of a city with self-styled claims to classical heritage. This dichotomy of reality and identity created an opportunity for castes as recognised emblems of taste and beauty to become agents in the city's engineered intellectual history. But as any teacher will tell you, students will do their utmost to redesign your lesson plan, and so they should. Melbourne's performative pedagogy was not static. Once in the hands of the participants it relied upon for meaning, Melbourne's cast collection supported an evolution of civic identity whose echoes can be felt today. Sadly, all of these collections no longer exist, but their memory and its legacy prompts us to consider the magnitude of classicism's presence in collective cultural memory. and who has the privilege of creating it? Thank you.
Thank you, Monique, for that very fascinating discussion of how, as you call it, Australia's second sister came to use these replicas of classical antiquity to try and build this identity for itself. It's very
Fabulous city
fascinating.
nonetheless, but
Yes,
not,
yes.
city, not as well known.
There we go, there we go. Can we open it up for questions, please?
Thank you so much for a very interesting talk. You mentioned at the end that all of these casts, I suppose, are gone. What happened to them, and what have they been replaced with, and why did they go away? And so what is forming the cultural memory now?
This is what my original project was based upon, so thank you. I wanted to bring them in, but I didn't have time. So the ones that were in the museum, the ones that were from Bucciani, like a lot of the collections we've heard about today, just fell out of fashion. They were dispersed to universities, being plastered. They were often put in basements. There are little fragments of them left, but they're essentially lost. The ones in the gardens have a much more dramatic history. I'll just go back so we can see some of them. So, for example, this Discobolus. So the large monuments essentially still exist. They were all put in the 1860s, give or take. There were somewhere between 60 and 100 sculptures that were lining all the pathways. This is sort of very much a tyranny of distance. As I mentioned, they were casts taken from the Bucciani works. Then they started to break, they started to be vandalized, although it is notable that there was very little vandalism to these works. As I said, they were very well loved. And the problem is that if you're going to repair a classical work, you need an exemplum. And so there were often arguments that in their being fixed or repaired or conserved, they were often losing a few of their proportions. To the point that by the 1930s, some of them were very degraded, not beyond being repaired by any means. And at this point, as we've seen with so many other talks today, there was a huge split in Melbourne between the new radicals who wanted only modern art and then the conservatives. What's really interesting is that the new radicals actually wanted to keep the works. They saw them as really integral to having something that you could work against, whereas the conservatives felt that these were far too old-fashioned. They had grown up with these works. It kept going backwards and forwards. People were being commissioned to fix them, and then it was never happening, to the point that they became so degraded that in one night in the 1930s, the council came in and removed every single sculpture. I just imagine walking through the next day would have been quite horrifying. And now, once you know that they are missing, you can actually see the spaces where they should be. So, for example, the Diane in the center here, that is now a huge open space. Like, it feels too large when you go to this central part of the gardens. In terms of what's creating the cultural memory, as I mentioned, these works are not there, but they really set in place patterns of behavior. And if you think about this from an educational perspective, you don't always need your students to remember every single thing that you do in a class, but you want them to remember those patterns of behavior. And I think that's what's really evoking it now. There are some works in the Fitzroy Gardens that echo the original pieces, but all in all, it's more about memory than it is about physicality.
Thank you so much. It was absolutely fascinating. One very short question and one slightly more expansive question. The very short question is, what kinds of things are displayed in the museum now? And the more expansive one is, that quote that you kept using about using beauty, using these objects to teach beauty, and that this would teach the principles of liberty. I was wondering if you could say a little more about the relationship between beauty and liberty as they saw it.
Sure. In terms of what is in the museum now, so we have our actual museum. The museum moved out to become the National Gallery. The State Library now has mainly history sculptures, which I think is quite interesting, as well as a lot of artefacts. The National Gallery of Victoria, which is the sort of the successor, is trying to focus on being a kind of within the concept of the encyclopedic museum, but with a very Australian slant. So we have our main one, which is there. There's going to be a new contemporary one, and then there is one based solely on Australian art. So it's very much having that same idea of showing the intellectual history, but in a much more reasoned and open and inclusive manner. In terms of the connection between beauty and liberty, this was really coming out of the Industrial Revolution. There was so much argument that cities had just been emotionally destroyed. So we see the rise of the public institutions in the UK, which is very much copied here, over here. I'm sorry, over there. I'm not in Australia. But I think also there is a really strong concept that what is civilized, and those of you who can't see me, I'm using that in inverted commas, has something to do with the idea of culture and the idea of heritage. And that what is civilized is linked to the concepts of democracy, of republic. And therefore there's a really clear correlation there between if you are a devotee of antiquity, which is of course accepted beauty, therefore you are morally able to understand the concept of liberty and everything else that antiquity is thought to convey. It's notable that at this time also the motto for Melbourne is created, and it is based on the Aeneid. So Melbourne very much has this self-styled classical heritage.
Yeah, last question.
Thank you so much, Monique. This was incredible just to see the scale at which, right, we've been largely thinking about, institutions or, universities, museums, and now we're looking at a city scale. Barry, as I think you pointed out, would probably be shocked and maybe dismayed with the success of his plan in terms of the equity that, it now has embraced. And he seemed like a very prolific or happy to write down his thoughts. Do you have any sense of how he felt before he died, this project, the outcome? Did he live long enough to, at least with his own kind of restricted, sense of who gets to benefit from this, did he think that it was successful?
He thought it was wonderfully successful. So he dies pretty soon after all of this happens. He dies, from memory, in the 1880s. So he gets to see it all come to what he sees definitely as fruition, which I think is wonderful for him. As much as we have a very tongue-in-cheek relationship with Redmond Barry, as well as him doing some terrible things. We do owe our institutions to him. He's also notable for having fought the last duel in Melbourne with pistols, where the other man tried to shoot and missed. And so Barry just shot in the air and told him he was weak and just left it at that. So like I said, quite a renegade. But no, I think that for Barry, he definitely did see this come to fruition. He saw these works being lauded, being represented in art, being represented in popular fiction. And I think if nothing else, like I've said, Melbourne is a city that loves its art, but it really does speak to the cultural impact, not only of art, but particularly of classicism at this time. And it's something that was considered to be 16,000 miles from civilization, in inverted commas. I think it really does show the pervasiveness of the impact of antiquity at this time.
Okay, we are at time. Thank you. Thank you again, brother. Okay, our third and final presenter of this session is Jessica Glick, who is a classics teacher at North London Collegiate School and a visiting lecturer at the University of Cambridge. She earned her classics PhD at St. John's College, Cambridge in July of 2025. Her work deals with 18th and 19th century classical reception studies and has been published in the Classical Receptions Journal. Please join me in welcoming Jessica Glick.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you all again for being here and for having me. It's been such a wonderful experience so far. It's such a privilege. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a kind of educational arms race occurred at Britain's most elite schools, the race to build classical museums. Schools acquired major collections and constructed freestanding buildings to house them, often at great expense. Ollie Croker, the only scholar to systematically study these collections, has argued that school museums were often motivated by a desire to project status in a competitive educational landscape which had broadly embraced the virtues of object-based pedagogy. I and everyone who cares about school museums are hugely indebted to Croker's work, and I'm going to be citing him throughout this presentation. However, I do think his initial narrative of these school museums leaves out the fierce debates which were sparked by these institutions. While prestige was certainly an important consideration, these were not mere status symbols, nor were they always accepted as signs of educational progress. Instead, they were hotly contested statements of institutional identity. In her article on the Cast Gallery at Cambridge, Mary Beard sought to, as she says, turn a history of objects into a history of cultural argument. This paper will resurrect the cultural arguments surrounding school museums and reanimate them as spaces of controversy. I will focus on three key debates surrounding classical collections in schools: over the role of objects in a classical education, the relationship between the teaching of classics and the teaching of natural science, and the kinds of masculinity which English boys' schools sought to promote through their classical collections. In the process, I hope to show that the creation of classical museums represented deep anxieties and aspirations about the nature of education itself. Just to tell you a little bit about what's on this slide. This picture is something that comes from a little bit outside of our period. It was a debate over communism, which was chronicled in Life magazine in 1950, and it was held inside one of the classical museums at Winchester College. And my title, Manners Maketh Man, ? Is a play on the motto of, or Museums Maketh Man, ? Is a play on the motto of Winchester College, which is Manners Maketh Man, emphatically without the question mark. Between 1870 and 1940, a handful of British schools acquired major classical collections, and many more possessed smaller groups of artifacts. I will discuss 6 schools: Eton, Harrow, Winchester, Charterhouse, Rugby, and Oundle, because of some common features they share. They were all public schools, a term some of you know, which is confusingly reserved for the nation's most selective fee-paying institutions. All were originally schools for boys alone. By the late 19th century, these were also all boarding schools located in the English countryside, and their self-contained nature gave rise to a rich culture of student publications and societies, which give us great detail about how their collections were actually used. All the schools set aside dedicated display spaces for their collections, and all but Oundle actually constructed freestanding museum buildings in which their antiquities were housed, alongside natural history collections. And you're going to see these on the next slide. So Winchester is at the top. I don't know if do I get a pointer? Is that possible? Maybe. Winchester's at the top, then we get Eton, and the Butler Museum at Harrow is down there. Then there's Charterhouse's museum and Rugby's, and this is the Great Hall at Oundle, where the antiquities used to be housed in one of the rooms. The stated occasion for the construction of a school museum was often an important anniversary or memorial. But as Croker points out, school classical collections also represent a fashion for teaching with objects. The Swiss educational reformer Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi had advocated such methods in the early 19th century, and his ideas had been publicized in England by the educational reformers Charles and Elizabeth Mayo in the 1830s. The idea of object-based pedagogy became more deeply embedded in British society with the rise of world's fairs, such as the Great Exhibition of 1851 or the Empire Exhibition of 1924, which sought to celebrate Britain's engineering prowess and imperial successes through the display of numerous objects, from lumps of coal to textiles to famous gemstones. Here's the Crystal Palace, where the Great Exhibition was held in 1851.
For the British Empire exhibition in 1924, an exhibition-inspired curriculum was actually distributed to schools by the British government, and 5 million school children ultimately attended. No longer the purview of avant-garde educational reformers, object-based pedagogy had become central to the formation of the British citizen. But the role of objects in a classical education specifically was more contested. School classical collections were being formed at a time when debates raged over the relative importance of artifacts and literary works in teaching the classical world. Were ancient objects merely aesthetically pleasing addenda to the core activities of Latin and Greek grammar drilling and composition? Or did they lie at the heart of a new classicism, which would relegate grammar and even canonical texts themselves to a secondary position? Christopher Stray has chronicled the rise of classical archaeology in Cambridge's curriculum during the late 19th century, and the appointment of Percy Gardner as Oxford's first professor of the subject in 1882. This is Cambridge's cast gallery today. These changes were revolutionary because archaeology constituted a challenge to a classical education as the Victorians understood it. As Stray writes, by offering physical artifacts as evidence in the present, archaeology bypassed the aesthetic and moral communion with the permanent messages of the ancients. Materiality connoted the world of the artisan, not that of the gentleman. Vase paintings and sculptures could still, as they had since the Renaissance, convey aesthetic ideals. But the scientific study of their creation or the process of their retrieval from ancient sites risked a turn away from transcendence toward the physically real and the ordinary. Elite schools have typically been presented as bastions of conservatism amid these turbulent times for classical education. Perhaps the most outspoken critic of archaeology as a new discipline within classics was T.E. Page, a classics teacher at Charterhouse from 1873 to 1910. There he is. In 1903, at a meeting of the newly formed Classical Association, he protested against the idea of teaching archaeology in schools, despite the impressive classical collection which was being amassed by his own institution, Charterhouse. Page declared, "The living, imperishable value of the classics is almost entirely independent of archaeology. The real imperishable substance of a great writer has scant connection with moldering stones and decaying ruins." I feel stressed out saying this to a room filled with archaeologists. I don't subscribe to this. In keeping with perspectives like Page's, Stray emphasizes that even as teaching at Cambridge and Oxford evolved, the official curricula at many public schools remained relatively static until the First World War, emphasizing Latin and Greek grammar, instruction, and linguistic mastery, and composition in Latin and Greek, including verse composition, as well as the memorization and repetition of passages from classical literature. There was a little bit of change and a little bit of evolution over this period, but not a whole lot, and we'll look at that in a little more detail soon. Some commentary on school museums reflected this conservative position. At Rugby in 1877, a correspondent calling himself Crossbones wrote into the school paper The Meteor and vented his frustration over proposed school museums in a long letter. He wrote, "Let a student play his rackets and his cricket and read his Virgil and his Horace and leave the rest till his mind is strong enough to appreciate this higher culture at its true worth." A public school education involved drilling in sport and in canonical Latin texts. Though he gestures toward the idea of teaching higher culture through classical objects, Crossbones saw no place for such culture in a traditional classical education. Nor is there any sense that the study of Virgil and Horace could be augmented by a study of material culture from the ancient world. Just like Page, Crossbones viewed these as totally separate kinds of intellectual endeavor. But the education that occurs at a school, and particularly a boarding school, is not confined to the classroom. Through their classical collections and associated lectures, societies, and publications, schools did expose their students to material culture of the ancient world. Jane Ellen Harrison, not only an archaeologist, but also scandalously a woman, lectured at Winchester College, one of the most conservative schools of them all, in 1897. There she is lecturing to a group of ladies at the British Museum. So it's a very big deal that she was brought into this bastion of educational conservatism to speak at this all-boys school, all-male staff. Using the college's own collections, she blended insights about how vases were used in everyday life, for storing in the earth, for carrying water from a well, for mixing wine, with connections to literary studies. The school paper, The Wykehamist, reported at the time. Miss Harrison dwelt especially on the influence that vase painting seems to have exercised on the writings of the Greeks. She quoted numerous lines that pointed out the close relations existing between the two. Textual and archaeological epistemologies reinforce each other here rather than coming into conflict. Flinders Petrie, one of the most famous British Egyptologists in the period, lectured on Eaton's Egyptian collections in 1903 and met with loud applause when he talked about the need for having good men for the archaeological work. Beginning in the 1920s, Oundle School ran its own archaeological digs, a phenomenon to which we will return. So even though classical objects did not always fit easily within public schools' official curricula, they were becoming part of a public school education. William Fearon, the headmaster of Winchester, summed up the school museum's relationship to the curriculum as follows in a letter of 1895 to the Times. It is intended to cultivate and develop various wholesome interests which lie outside the ordinary school curriculum. These may be described as mainly three: love of natural history, love of art and architecture, love of archaeology. This statement both endorses a love of art and architecture and a love of archaeology, and places it firmly outside the ordinary school curriculum. But one Harrow alumnus expressed the hope that archaeological, historical, and more broadly literary studies would replace the old-fashioned, rigorously linguistic classical education altogether. This was Cecil Torr, who wrote the catalog for Harrow's collection of classical antiquities in 1887. Torr took the opportunity to proclaim his views on the state of British classical education. He wrote, "It is certainly notorious that in this country, any wide knowledge of ancient civilization and its literature is altogether exceptional." He advocates the close examination of material culture, travel to classical lands, and the reading of literature beyond the canon. Torr concludes the preface by stating that all these things lie almost entirely beyond the present scope, the present contracted scope of classical learning in this country. But nevertheless, they repay study now. And if by some fortune classical education should be abandoned, they will still remain the study of all those who would know something of that ancient civilization under which our modern world is so unconsciously living. School classical collections then provided a type of learning which their curriculum often excluded and could inspire passionate calls for reform. For Cecil Torr, a classical museum represented the opposite of classical education as he knew it. The creation of school museums raised questions not only about the best ways of teaching classics, but also about the status of classics in relation to science teaching at public schools. Of the 6 schools under discussion, only Oundle taught significant amounts of scientific subjects and even engineering in the late 19th century, thanks to its pioneering headmaster, George Sanderson. The rest remained dominated by a classical curriculum. And just to show you what this was like, this is a timetable for a student at Winchester College in the 1898 to 1899 school year. I've circled all of his science lessons, all 2 of them, in red, and all of his classical lessons in blue. And I think the numbers and the colors really speak for themselves. I was entertained to discover that he is actually doing as much Livy specifically as he is doing of science of any kind. But as with archaeology, the study of natural science flourished as an extracurricular activity. References to natural history societies abound in school publications of the 1870s and 1880s. All the schools with special museums for their special museum buildings for their classical collections house their natural history collections too. Here's what Eaton's looked like in the early 20th century. Victorians had a special passion for natural history, fired by the idea that the greatest scientific discoveries might arise out of the close study of the natural world. This was, after all, the age of Darwin, whose scientific career famously began with his collection of beetles as an undergraduate at Cambridge. Like archaeology, then, the collecting of natural specimens was often perceived by its practitioners as a cutting-edge scientific pursuit. Even as they all sought to expand the scope of a public school education, advocates for classical and scientific collections did not always get along. The Eton College Chronicle of 1881 and 1882 featured adversarial exchanges as scientifically and classically inclined correspondents demanded more space for their specimens. The most vitriolic debate occurred between two correspondents signing themselves Philomusos and Spatanges, which is Greek for sea urchin. Philomusos is finely contemptuous of the school's scientific collections. He writes, "May I ask why the museum should be devoted entirely to natural history? In a classical school like Eton, this ought surely not to be. When doing the museum, I found such things as the Spaganatus purpureus, the most shapeless deformities the sea can produce. Doubtless it affords to a few a wholesome amusement, but why should the wants of this small minority be consulted before those of the larger body of the school?" There's the sea urchin species he mentions, by the way. You can see if you agree that it's the most shapeless deformity. Spatanges hit back. The examination of natural objects enables those of us who take up science seriously to realize the nature of the world around us in a way which would be impossible were our studies confined to books alone. He points out that the natural history collections have allowed students to win science prizes and to offer geology as a special subject in their examinations for the Army. Nor is Philomusos allowed to have the last word in classical knowledge, for Spatanges notes that he has misspelled the Greek name of the sea urchin species. Philomusos wrote Spaganatus instead of Spatangus, and he adopts the correct Greek word as his own pen name, as you can see on the slide. No wonder poor Philomusos felt that he had been, quote, sat on. But he continued in the next edition of the Eton College Chronicle to advocate for a museum of classical antiquities specifically. While the disputes at Eton were especially open, tensions between classical and scientific purposes of the collections could also be seen elsewhere. Donations to Charterhouse's collections were initially mostly scientific and geological, and the school paper had to issue a special plea for classical collections. By contrast, at Winchester College, one eminent old Wykehamist had written to say that he entirely disapproved of stinks, by which he meant the natural history collection. Because school museums placed classical and scientific objects together, these collections could become a focus for debates about the relative importance of the sciences and the humanities long before those debates were seriously happening inside the official curriculum. Alongside natural specimens and antiquities, another kind of object was frequently donated to schools by alumni, the trophy of imperial conquest. Harrow, for instance, displayed what was described in their school publication as weapons captured from Cetewayo at Ulundi. Cetewayo was king of the Zulus during the Anglo-Zulu War, in which the British sought to expand their control over South Africa. And there are many records of similar sort of spoils of war in South Africa and India being displayed in these museums. Such items suggest that even as they sought to educate students beyond the curriculum, school museums had another unstated goal. Like the exhibitions that inspired them, these collections also promoted the British Empire. As Croker has pointed out, classical collections could be part of this project since they sometimes reflected collecting activities by alumni who had been stationed as imperial officers abroad, and we've heard of the imperial undertones of many classical collections over the course of this conference. Major W.J. Myers, founder of Eton's collection, had served in Egypt, where, as his obituary in the Eton College Chronicle states, he found himself in the center of all that was most attractive to his nature, and he succeeded in forming the nucleus of a magnificent collection of antiquities. The obituary concludes with the observation that, given his many donations to Eton's archaeological museums during his lifetime and his massive bequest after his death, We may well say of him, si monumentum quaeris circumspice, if you seek his monument, look around you. Thus, a classical collection could become a monument to a particular vision of public school imperial masculinity, martial, yet endowed with the finest taste and learning, fired both by a love of nation and a love of beauty. The British imperial officer's presence in foreign nations allowed him to exercise his aesthetic sensibilities in new contexts and bring the fruits back to the mother country. But the relationship between school classical collections and the inculcation of exemplary manliness was not always so straightforward. Crossbones, whom we've already met at Rugby, hinted at a kind of effeminacy surrounding school museums. He writes, "A boy will go to the National Gallery or the Kensington Museum in the holidays with his mother and sisters. He will admire even to emotion, but do not cram his fresh young mind with high-flown sentimental thoughts and tastes. Let him be a boy." The references to visiting museums with one's mother and sisters and high-flown sentimental thoughts imply that there is something unmanly about gazing at the beauties of another age. Admiring even to emotion is an experience which belongs in the domestic and feminine sphere, not the manly world of school. Other Rugbyian correspondents echoed his concerns, urging the school to invest in new football fields, a real necessity, they called them, rather than luxuries like museums. Museums represent an excess of civilization, a luxury. Sporting endeavors lie at the heart of these writers' masculine ideal. Oundle School used its classical collections to promote a new kind of manliness, that of the disciplined archaeologist. Oundle does, like other schools, possess a fine collection of Greek vases purchased from the estate sale of Lord Revelstoke in 1935, a couple of my favorites up there, and artifacts distributed by the British Museum. But the school also, and unusually, collected objects found by students on archaeological digs that the school itself organized. For at least 25 years, between 1927 and 1952, Oundle typically devoted a week during its summer term to a dig led by one of its own schoolmasters and conducted by students in the last 2 years of the school. These endeavors may reflect the school's long-standing commitment to science and engineering. It makes sense that the more scientific side of classicism would have a special appeal there. Write-ups of the digs in the school's classic society publication, Humaniora, revel in technical language and emphasize the physical labor involved. Indeed, physical labor was part of the point. The Humaniora article from a dig at Armston in 1927 asserts that all diggers gained physically from their labors and mentally from the experience of cooperative work. This is a statement which could be applied as easily to school sport as to archaeology. While Crossbones and his fellow Rugbyans had feared that the art museum might distract students from the truly manly endeavors of games, the digs at Oundle made the pursuit of classical artifacts a kind of sport in their own right. And here are a couple of pictures of the digs. In an article on school archaeological digs, including Oundle's, the teacher-cum-archaeologist Philip Corder explicitly describes some of the masculine values these endeavors were intended to inculcate. The young archaeologist must be a careful observer. He should have the moral strength to resist the temptation to undertake work when he cannot see his way clear to prompt and adequate publication of the results. Withal, he must be patient and persevering, using an imagination lively if controlled. In this pairing of controlled discipline with imagination, we might recognize an echo of the qualities Etonians had admired in Major Myers, but now in a different context. Disciplined service to the nation has become disciplined service to the scientific method. Imagination is not aesthetic, inspired by taste and travel, but historical, driven by disinterested curiosity about the past. Neither the potentially effete appreciator of classical beauty, nor the wealthy, well-traveled imperial collector, the young Oundelian archaeologist went out to obtain his collections for himself by digging in his own local earth. School classical collections are a rich source for the study of intellectual history. Long almost absent from scholarly literature, these institutions inspired debates about classics, natural science, empire, and gender, some of the most pressing issues of the Victorian and Edwardian periods. And they deserve to be better understood. Yet even as we study the profound educational questions these objects raised, we should also acknowledge that they were housed in boys' boarding schools, where serious educational aims were often punctuated by silliness and a sense of fun. At Winchester College, a large cast collection invited affectionate and sometimes mildly destructive personal engagement. Pupils would drape the ancient sculpture casts in scarves against the cold and endow them with straw hats and cigars. And they also drew mustaches on casts of the Parthenon friezes. They were able to remove those, by the way. I've seen the friezes at Winchester. They're doing better. These activities reveal a unique quality of school museums. They made classical objects part of the childhoods of generations of students, not as distant curiosities behind glass cases, but as the material of their everyday lives. School classical collections, then, represent a wide spectrum of affective approaches to the ancient past. The earnestness of emerging scientists and educational reformers, the aesthetic delight of old-fashioned collectors, and the playful irreverence of youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica, for that very insightful look into this early contestation of what I'll say STEAM versus the humanities. And might I just suggest maybe an alternate title for your paper could be Let Boys Be Boys, question mark, thanks to Crossroads or Crossbones. Yeah, we do have just a couple minutes for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Lovely talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we do hear a lot about the sort of I call it walrusing. That is the contestation of science or humanities from the other perspective in this period, and I wonder though. Whether they are always considered as oil and water in essence, and can under no circumstances be blended. And I ask this specifically of you because you're talking about the perspective that's brought by museums. Every one of these schools had a natural history collection, sometimes in its own museum, and of course that extends well beyond schools to major institutions. We all know that. The natural history museums, of course, often blended with anthropological museums, and yet the classical tended to stay apart. And so, you know, you see good examples of this at Oxford and Cambridge, and presumably at these schools as well. But my question simply boils down to something very simple, and that is, do you perceive any bleeding of classical culture into the cultures represented by natural history or anthropological museums in this period, or do you see it happening a bit later? I ask that because, of course, there is an enormous body of material, especially from the ancient Near East, but also the Bronze Age everywhere, that could very easily have made its way across the boundary of the Greek and Roman into the boundary of the anthropological or even the natural historical.
Yeah, great question. So I think I'll say two things in response to it. First of all, even as the shared spaces of classical and natural historical collections sometimes led to conflict, it also sometimes led to quite creative collaborations. So for instance, I believe it was Harrow had a just like a museum society, and people in that society, in that student society, would give talks on both the natural historical collections and the classical collections, in the same meeting. And this led to quite amusing things. I was looking at one example where there was a natural history talk on ants, followed by a talk on vases, actually by Cecil Torr. But the natural history talk on ants cited lots of classical quotations about the ants. So they were not, I mean, these schools, classics was so much in the air that I think it was actually difficult to fully escape, even when you were talking about natural historical subjects. And the natural history side of Winchester's museum had an inscription in Latin about, the wonders of the natural world. So there absolutely is a blending in that sense, in the sense that the classical just kind of permeated everything. But the other thing I'll say about it is that archaeology and the pursuit of the natural sciences were, I think, perceived as quite allied endeavors. And that is why Oundle has such a sort of strong, I believe this is why Oundle had such a strong tradition of archaeology, because it also had a strong tradition of promoting kind of science and engineering. And I've seen a student publication at Oundle, which even refers to archaeology as the scientific side of classics. So I think that those disciplines were kind of working together to expand a more textually focused classical curriculum.
I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you, Jessica. That was fascinating. I was wondering, when shock horror started to admit girls to some of these schools, or when there were more female teachers, did the curation of these museums change at all?
Yeah, so the answer to your question is not all of these schools. In fact, most of them, let me see, is that right? The majority? Maybe they're half co-ed, half not to this day, I think. So Oundle is co-ed, Charterhouse is co-ed, Winchester is co-ed in the 6th form, so that's the last 2 years. Harrow is not, Eton is not. Oh, Rugby is co-ed, so I guess it's 4-2, yeah. So did the curation change? It's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that because they went co-ed so much later. I mean, Winchester just happened like 5 years ago. And the others, I think, were all in sort of the 80s and 90s. So this is kind of after my period. I do see some interesting examples of like headmasters' wives being involved in the curation of these collections and in their preservation. And certainly, as you see, we have lots and lots of female archivists in charge of these things today. So whether the presence of women changed what they got, I don't know. What I will note is that you can't find the imperial trophies anymore at any of these schools. It's not clear what has happened to them. So that has been a change. But women are certainly part of these museums' histories. They always were, as we saw with Jane Ellen Harrison, and they are an important part of our understanding of the collections today.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Please join me again in thanking Jessica Glick, as well as all our presenters of this session.
Well, then, in the interest of not losing any time on this afternoon's session, I'd like to welcome you back to the 5th panel that we have today. Should be an exciting one where we finally get to talk about European collections, having spent a lot of time with American collections and getting close with the UK, although these days I don't know if you count as Europe or not. I'd like to welcome Professor Natasha Lubchansky. She is a former member of the École Française de Rome and a professor of art history and archaeology at the University of Tours. Her work focuses on the figurative arts of pre-Roman Italy and on cultural transfers in ancient iconography. She's also a specialist in the history of archaeology and is conducting research on the fortunes of Etruscan antiquity among scholars, collectors, artists, and architects between the 18th and 20th centuries. She's currently co-director of the French Schools of Rome and Athens program on the history of teaching ancient art history and archaeology. So, program on the history of teaching art history. And she requested that I make a minor correction to our program, which is that this is not about collections held by the École Française d'Athènes and de Rome, but rather about a program held about collections in teaching by, that is, the program is held by the École Française d'Athènes et de Rome. Without further ado, Professor Lubchansky.
Thank you very much, Adam. I would like to thank you very much, especially Rabun and Hulf, to have invited me to this conference. The purpose of my paper is to present a research program running from 2022 to 2027 that I am leading in the French School in Rome in collaboration with Annick Fenet, responsible for the French School in Athens. This
should advance.
This program is entitled in French Copie didactique, les supports à l'enseignement de l'archéologie et de l'histoire de l'art antique, grec, étrusque, romain, en France, Grèce et Italie, 19e, 20e siècle. So it is a collective work I will present that to which collaborate more than 20 persons. I will present the program's main objectives before focusing to two outcomes we have achieved: a cartographic database of the didactic collections we have studied, and an online exhibition about a selection of teaching objects in the selected period. The Didactic Copies program has a comparative dimension. It aims to compare teaching practices in France, Italy, Greece, in the fields of archaeology and history of ancient art within various educational institutions, universities on the one hand, and academic and artistic institutions on the other during 19th and 20th century. The comparison is therefore both geographical, with the three countries, and disciplinary with archaeology and fine arts. We consider all material and visual teaching objects used by teachers. We coined the expression didactic copies with the launch of this program, and this expression refers to hand-drawn or published graphic reproductions of the originals. You can have here two examples. It refers also to portfolios of photographs and projections plates. You have two other examples. Plaster casts and urban models. We also consider academic works and textbooks used by teachers. We felt it was important to consider universities and art schools together, as they all purchase these teaching materials from the same cast workshops, same photo agencies, and same illustrators. We are currently developing a blog showcasing our activities, a scientific monograph comprising some 20 contributions, and two other projects, the cartographic database and the online exhibition, details of which I will now provide. First of all, the cartographic database. The team working on this program is Franco-Italian-Greek in order to examine as comprehensively as possible these categories of material heritage, which are highly diverse and, in some cases, little known in these three countries. The amount data is enormous. It involves millions of photographs, thousands of plaster cards. We have therefore chosen not to focus on the didactic item itself, but to stop at the level of the collection to which the item belongs. This is thus a cartographic database cataloging the collections where they are kept in order to bring together the various series already known from previous research and to highlight those that are still difficult to identify. We currently have just over 120 teaching collections registered, across all the 3 countries, and we may eventually reach 200 at the end of the program. A geographical comparison of the various collections shows that their composition is determined by disciplinary or scientific consideration, as well as by cultural models. The Germanic model, for example, applies to early 20th century university collections of plaster casts. Furthermore, the existence of catalogues of casts or photographs provided by workshops and agencies highlights the fact that the selection of works and their presentation are standardized, which also has implication on the type of education provided. As a result, the location where the original works are housed turns out to be less important than these various factors. The Belvedere torso, housed in the Pio Clementino Museum in the Vatican, has been the subject of numerous casts in Rome. At the French Academy in Rome, located just a few kilometers from the Vatican, where the original has been kept since the 16th century, the cast of the torso features reference marks. You see the black dots here, that enable the creation of a 3-dimensional reproductions as part of the training of sculpture students. Sculpture classes, therefore, did not take place in front of the originals themselves, but had to rely on casts. Conversely, the Discobolus, considered since antiquity a masterpiece of Greek art by the sculptor Myron, is completely absent from the collections of plaster casts in Greece. The one in Athens, the one in Thessaloniki don't have any cast of the Discobolus. Although Alexander Rizzo Rangabe's Greek textbooks, you have on the right, reproduced Lancelotti's copy of the Discobolus as early as 1865. Okay. Let's now take a look at the geographic database. The map allows us to explore the Greek collections, which are relatively unknown and turned out to be fewer in number than in France and Italy. There is a museum of casts at 2 universities in northern Greece, Thessaloniki on the top, and the more recently Ioannina. In Athens, there are 5 other institutions. The Capodistrian University, you have here the example of the Knossos model. The School of Fine Arts in Greek, Polytechnion. The Foreign Schools of Archaeology, as well as the National Archaeological Museum, the Archives of Archaeological Monuments, and the National Casting Workshop. The latter houses a rich collection of casts. I don't know what's happening. Oh, no. Yeah, thank you. Casts made by Gilieron father and son, which were then sent to universities around the world. The online map provides practical information on accessing the collections, their composition, history, bibliography, and archives for research purposes. So you have some example of this information in the database for each form, each collection. French and Italian university and art collections of plaster casts have been the subject of study since the early 20s. We drew on the results of this research to compile our inventory, which we supplemented with lesser-known examples. The slide shows an example from the collection of the École des Beaux-Arts de Tours, where I don't teach I teach in the university, but it's closed, which was previously unknown. Master's students in my university compiled a catalogue of the local collection as part of a research training course. So you have on the left side in the blog, I showed you before, the publication of these collections. Each cast has its own form, and you have on the right the form on the map, on the cartographic database. Our investigation has also highlighted applied arts schools and their educational collections inspired by London's South Kensington Museum and its Central School of Art, founded in 1852. There are two examples in Italy. In Florence, the Liceo Statale, which acquired important casts from the 1937 Mostra Augustea della Romanità. Those of the Arapakis you can see on the right, and the Arch of Benevento on the left. The second example is in Naples. It's the Liceo Palizzi, where the ceramics workshops used copies of ancient figurative vases, such as this copy of a famous Apollyon crater discovered in southern Italy. Research on photographic collections is also ongoing in these three countries, where networks between institutions are being established to facilitate the preservation and promotion of glass slides and paper prints, which were often overlooked in the early 20s, since some collections were unfortunately destroyed. With regard to graphic collections, we have identified some particularly interesting and little-known collection in Italy. Sorry. So you have the example here of the Milani plates, which is a collection of 136 plates entitled Apparato archeologico per la didattica, and it was intended for the courses taught by Luigi Adriano Milani in Florence at the Reale Istituto di Studi Superiori Pratici e di Perfezionamento between 1894 and 1811. So you have on the left an example of one of the plates about the story of Troilos, and on the right it's a little paper that is published on our blog about this collection. As for the online exhibition, its main purpose is to present to the general public the key features of university and art education in archaeology and ancient art from 1795, to the 1970s, a period at the end of which European universities and art schools underwent profound changes. The exhibition, a preliminary version of which you see here, is organized around some 20 masterpieces. You have them on the right, among the most frequently taught in these institutions. The exhibition is entitled Gradus ad Parnassum because each of these masterpieces is like a step to be climbed in order to reach the Mont Parnassus of knowledge. The exhibition aims to compare the various methods of producing, acquiring, and displaying copies of ancient works used in university and art schools through our transnational perspective between France, Italy, and Greece. The exhibition also puts this educational practice into the broader context of the reception of antiquity. Each work is thus illustrated by 3 categories. So you have here the example of one of the masterpieces, the Mask of Agamemnon, and you can see here the three tabs, the 3 categories. So didactic copies, publication, and other copies. You have here the other copies, which are artistic inspirations, merchandising, and political propaganda. You have here the poster of the Universal Exhibition in Paris Trocadero in 1900, and the rest is illustrated by copies of the mask in various museums. For the purposes of the conference, I will focus only on the category of didactic copies as well as textbooks used in the class, with examples ranging from prehistory to Roman era. The Mask of Agamemnon illustrates the prehistoric period. The study was carried out by Vasiliki Pliatsika and Irene Avola. So Vasiliki Pliatsika is in the National Museum in Athens, and Irene Avola in the Paris Cité University. So far, we have found only few didactic copies of the mask, a plate from Milani, you see on the left, and of his course in 1899, and the electrotype made by the Gilierons and preserved in the University Museum of Thessaloniki, while there are more books and textbooks illustrated in the rest of the slide. As for the historical Greek art, and more specifically sculpture, here is the example of Myron's Discobolus. The original bronze masterpiece by Myron has been lost, as you know, of course, and it is known only through some 20 Roman-era replicas, 3 of which you can see here, the one preserved in the Vatican in the middle, the one from the former Lancellotti collection on the left, and the one discovered at Castel Porziano on the right. Those 3 has been used either alone or assembled to produce more than 30 casts in French and Italian universities and art schools. The Vatican piece, which was among the Napoleonic confiscations between 1797 and 1815 and was subsequently placed in the Louvre, became the most reproduced in France, but also in Italy. Before, a cast was made of the Discobolus belonging to the private and rarely accessible collection of the Massimo Lancellotti family, so the first one. This nearly complete replica depicts the athlete with his head turned toward the discus, which corroborates Lucian's description of Myron Discobolus, unlike the Vatican copy, which is looking straight ahead. It was this Lancellotti version, followed by the one from Castel Porziano discovered in 1906, that was used for the early 20th century reconstructions, combining fragments from several Roman sculptures to recreate the lost original Discobolus. So in this slide, you see on the top all the Vatican cast, all the cast using the Vatican, and then from this one, the Lancellotti and Castel Porziano copy. The earliest reconstructions are documented in cast museums of German universities, followed by those of Italian and French universities, thus demonstrating the role of German model in teaching practices in France and Italy in the early 20th century, with an approach similar to Coppian critique. Here is a third example from Etruscan art. The tomb of the chariot in Tarquinia became famous in the 19th century because it was regarded as a substitute for the now lost great Greek painting. Among the teaching copies of the tomb's fresco and architecture is one preserved in the University Museum in Rome, La Sapienza, which is on the right, top right. Drawings made in the first half of the 19th century, so you have them all identical on the left, are by architects of the French Academy in Rome, and they show that students copied each other's work in accordance with a standard educational practice common to art training before the second half of the 20th century. Publications are here shown from the discovery of the tomb in so the very first one on the top, 1928, until the textbooks you have there 1970s. So they are all ranged in chronological order. With regard to Roman architecture, Lucrezia Cuniglio, who is in the Soprintendenza in Florence, an architect, Lucrezia focused on the example of the Colosseum for the exhibition. She collected models used in France for teaching architecture in art school. Some of the cork models created by Carlo Lucangeli between 1792 and 1805 were intended for the École des Beaux-Arts de Paris, in Paris. The architecture student, Joseph Louis Duc, must have seen this model during his studies at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, and it was the subject he later chose for his envoi when he won the Grand Prix of the French Academy in Rome. And you see on the right side his envoi of the Colosseum. These student exercises involving the reproduction of ancient architecture were also common in Italy. Here you can see drawing by Luigi Voghera, a student at the School of Perspective in Brera Academy of Fine Arts in Milan, who won a scholarship to study in Rome in 1809. At the end of his first year, he reproduced the Colosseum. As for universities, it is worth mentioning the urban models entitled Plan de Rome, created in France by the archaeologist Paul Bigot. The Colosseum is depicted in this version, you can see, which is dated between 1904 and 1911 on a scale 140, and it is held by the University of Caen. It had a counterpart kept in the Sorbonne, but it has been destroyed. Graphic plates were also used, as evidenced by the examples of Milani in Florence. So it's on the left side. You have a detailed of the Colosseum here. And another graphic plate by Basile, who was a professor in architecture in Palermo at the School of Architecture. You can see here the plate with two example, two drawings of the Colosseum, and here the photographs of the room where the lesson was given, and with the plates hanged at the wall. In conclusion, these examples illustrate the diversity and richness of teaching copies that were used. Although previous studies have already compiled their inventories, particularly of university collections of plaster casts, many collections remain unknown and unexplored, and deserve to be studied in the context of university and artistic teaching practices. It is important to take into account the processes that led to their creation. A comparison of the three countries highlights the ongoing dialogue between scholars and artists in the 19th century, and later, in the early 20th century, the role of German model in the university context, but also the English one in the art crafts teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lubchansky, for a fascinating talk. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I think we have time for one or two questions from the audience. Please, Valentina.
Thank you, really fascinating. One quick question. In your project, are you also tracking down if these casts are actually being gifted by other institutions? Are you also tracking if there was an exchange program? I have 2 Discobolus, you get one, I keep one, because I know that it happened, and I know that La Sapienza received, for example, some of our casts. So have you also tracking this down as an element of the casts?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, of course. So each of us has chosen a masterpiece. So as for the Myron Discobolus, yes, it was very important to see how French university, Italian university got their own exemplary, some taking the cast from the Vatican, other from the Rizzo reconstruction, so in the Sapienza, no, in the nel Museo Nazionale Romano. In Strasbourg, it was taken from the Townley British Museum exemplary. So it's yes, we want to see this exchange between university and art school and workshops.
Okay, thank you.
But I think workshops are not very well studied.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Another related and very quick question. Are you also recording any techniques that were used for making these reproductions? I was especially struck by the Mask of Agamemnon and the variability of the copies, because obviously you can't just make a plaster cast of the mask. So there must have been variable methods of producing these. Are you trying to catalog those methods at all?
I think for the electrotype, Vasiliki Pliatsika knows a bit about that, but we have this general cartographic mapping, which is very general, and then we have some more profound development among the interest of each scholar participating to the program. But I don't think anyone has planned to say something about electrotype.
Thank you. Let's thank our speaker. Thank you so much. And let us welcome up Professor Raphaël Mourant, who is a specialist in the history of scholarship, the history of the book, and the history of libraries in early modern and modern periods. She was senior lecturer in history at ANS-SIB, Université de Lyon, and then reader in history of the books and libraries and librarian at the Warburg Institute in London. She is currently the head of research collections and of the Digital Humanities Center at the British School at Rome. And she will be talking to us about that collection.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, the organizers, for inviting me or accepting my proposal, and I want to apologize. It's partially my fault if you hear two papers in the wrong order. Originally, Ruben has prepared a very beautiful session this afternoon, where you will have heard first from my colleague, Rosario Rovira Guardiola, from the Institute of Classical Studies in London, about the history of the teaching collection of the Roman Society and the Hellenic Society of London. And then I will have smoothly given my paper. Now I will not say anything about the teaching collection of the Roman Society. You will guess a bit, and everything else you have to wait until tomorrow afternoon, when finally Rosario will tell you all the story of this collection. So now you are exactly in the situation I was 4 years ago, more or less. I arrived in London in May 22, and almost immediately I was informed by a distinguished professor that they were giving us a donation to create a project around this Roman Society collection. What the heck? So I asked, what is a Roman Society collection? Oh, it's a collection of photographs. Okay. So that's a collection of photographs. So I spent this very good friend of the British School at Rome was visiting. So I spent one day saying, yes, okay, thank you very much. That's so beautiful and that's very kind of you. And then I tried to understand what was this collection. So the Society for the Promotion of Roman Studies was created at the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, and it was of very much interest for the management committee of the British School at Rome, that called it a noteworthy event, with the idea that not only will the general advantage of Roman studies be very considerable, but the school, British School at Rome, will benefit directly and indirectly by the creation of fresh interest in them in England. This collection is now in Rome, is composed of, is composed of 39 boxes, so you can see beautiful photos of everything that we have. So boxes, we have 1,130 lantern slides. We have 1,263 negatives in glass and in paper. And we also have a card, index cards, where you can see exactly what were the image and the description of the content of each image. There are 1,870 index cards like that. And we also have 22 booklets. And you were seeing there more better, sorry. No, I was trying to go back. Here you can see on the right of the first question, the 22 lessons that were available to rent. So the material was available in England, in the UK, in Scotland too, I think. Rosario will correct if I say anything wrong. The lessons were available to rent with a set of 50 slides. So everybody could rent a lesson or buy it with 50 slides and give a lesson on Roman portraits, on Ostia, on the Roman Forum. There were 2 lessons on the Roman Forum, level 1 and level 2, and you could give a lesson as if you were an university professor anywhere in the country. In 2000, at the beginning of this century, the societies decided that they didn't need this old material anymore. It was taking a lot of space in the center of London, in Bloomsbury. And at some point, the British School at Athens was informed and took over part of the material on on history of Greece, and the librarian at the British School at Rome, Valerie Scott, was informed and ran to London to take a lot of the material. So that's where I managed to discover more or less. So the lesson were prepared by a lot of distinguished archaeologists, some of them with links to the British School at Rome. One was the director, Thomas Ashby, the deputy director, Eugenie Strong, or Russell Meigs, that you can see here chilling on the terrace of the British School at Rome just in front of us. So there was an interest for us to have this material. There was also an interest because we already had an important photographic collection of Italy and Rome, particularly Roman antiquity, and it was always interesting for us to add new material to our collections. And in a way, it's the first thing I was told. It's a collection, a documentary collection of photographs documenting the history of ancient Rome. So we developed this project. First, it began like that, with a lack of knowledge of what was the collection. So it took me some time, because for a long time the project was called the Roman Society Project, which doesn't mean anything. So because I wanted to advertise it online, it took me some time to arrive at a title that would say something, and we called that Teaching Rome 1 Century Ago. So we hired a research assistant who was in charge first of looking at the collection, open the boxes, look at the boxes, understanding what was in it, what was interesting, what we could do with it. And of course, the second mission was to learn ESG and to catalog the collection in our archive and special collections catalog that we opened at the autumn of 2022. So she learned that, and I will show you that better online. That's only 2 pictures of the catalog as it is now, where we describe the collection as a whole, but in level of descriptions that you can see here. For example, you don't see a lot, but so for example, you can see that on the right, you can choose what you want to see, and then you can see a detailed description. Because we had a research assistant for 1 year, she had time to look at articles. There are complete inventories for the time when the collection were available to rent that she could use. There are a lot of materials, the reports of the Roman Society, council meetings. So there was a lot of information that will help us creating a record that was not too dry, that was not 120 photos of Ostia or something like that. We wanted immediately to do more than that. So that was something. We just cataloged the collection, and we were very happy with that, but not really. So the second stage was to create a collection in a digital library. We bought a scanner for that. We paid someone to teach us how to digitize lantern slides in glass. It's complicated. You need to take 2 pictures of every glass. So now we have learned how to do that. 2 of us know how to do that. Just a question of time. So yes, I didn't show you the detail of the catalog. So yes, we digitized around 200 images. Why only 200? First, because it took time to learn, and then it takes time to digitize one by one. And then because in a digital library, every image has a complete description. So it takes more time to write a complete record, complete metadata of each image. So this is a beautiful example. We also decided to leave all the information that is on the lantern slide and not to focus only on the content, the Coliseo, but show everything, show the history of the object. So that was not bad, but I was always thinking that we needed to do something on the public engagement side. And the idea came from our research assistant. We decided to give one of the lessons. So it should start. start. We checked, it was starting before lunch. Does it start? All the pressure is on Leonardo. It doesn't, it's okay, we will look at that later. Very bad quality light of the magic lantern showing you the lantern's light as it was 1 century ago. That was a fantastic success. So I discussed, I thought about that, and I tried to see the, back, yes. So we tried to work on some public engagement addition on showing how these lectures could have been delivered in the 1920s. And we did choose Ostia and Chica for one reason, which is with all the material we have, we are missing one key archival material. You've seen the images with their inventory number. You've seen the booklets with the lessons, and you will rent the booklet, and to make your life easy, you will receive the set of 50 slides, and in the margin of the booklet, it will be written slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. And we don't have the correspondent tables. So we managed, so the research assistant, Zoe Langer, managed to identify Ostia. It was a bit easier to identify Ostia than, for example, the Roman Forum or something like that. This is how we decided to go for Ostia. And we can go now on the website. It's when I say that I had all these ideas, and I came to see an IT consultant company that a lot of us here know very well, MBSoft, and I asked them, what could you do with that? And we discussed, it's coming. No. So we discussed, and they created this research project online that is all developed on Omeka S. So we put, yes. So we put everything on it. So for example, I showed you the archival description. I thought it was important not to have this fancy research project with only fancy things, but put everything together. So the bit boring catalog of all the index cards, for example, it's immediately available from this research project. And of course, it's available from the homepage of the Archive and Special Collection catalog. So you have access, you can see everything here in normal way. We give information up to a point, and then you have to come yourself and see the material. So we also give access to the small YouTube thing I showed you a minute ago. We have also this beautiful photo. You can also decide to read one of the lectures yourself. So you can sit and read the Ostia lecture yourself. This is the only one we have digitized so far. If you want to read any other of them, you have to come here. And then last but not least, we developed, I asked something a bit fancy, a bit exciting. And Eleonora Brignola, I don't see her because I don't have my new glasses. She's in the room. She developed something very fancy for us. So I have to click here.
Ostia, a lecture by Russell Meigs, illustrated with lantern slides circa 1927. In the days of the Empire, few Romans of the middle and lower classes would have considered their summer complete without at least one visit to Ostia. We may imagine a knight preparing his carriage for the journey, setting off at daybreak along the Ostian Way. The road runs in a direct line, On left and right, he sees prosperous estates and comfortable villas, and in the distance, the swift-flowing Tiber swarming with rivercraft.
I will spare you the rest. You know how to find it now. You go to the BSR Digital Collection website and you will find all of this. So we had a few discussions today about and yesterday, what can we do today with these teaching collections from 1 century ago. I've seen that a lot of you use this material for teaching. Is it something that we could do? It didn't cross my mind, actually. I don't think it could, because students come to Rome from the UK, from the Commonwealth to us to see the proper stuff. They don't want to see pictures. So depends. They can be interested in pictures, but we bring them to the real places. So it will be a bit difficult to use as a teaching material. All our photo collection is usually of very great interest for some of the artists who are in residence with us. So we have a great success with showing the photographic collection to the artist. I think my project, I managed to have ideas, not alone. I managed to develop something, so I'm quite proud, and I think the friend of the BSR who gave us the money is happy, which is something very important for us. What the bit that was missing until now was making the project known. So this is what I'm trying to do today, and I will try to keep presenting the project when I can. I realized, I don't know if you're planning to do another one or maybe more recent project. I realized when finishing this paper that I could have showed another teaching collection that we have at the BSR, a collection of marbles, a collection of bits of small size and all shapes of many colors that illustrates the range of marbles used in the Antiquity, a collection that was created around 50 years ago, so it's too young for the project today. And that's a very challenging project because we are now in a project with the University of Newcastle, the British School of Athens, the British Institute in Ankara, and we are supposed to catalog a sample of the marbles with creating detailed metadata. And for librarians and archivists, it's a bit difficult to do this kind of thing. It's a bit far from what we are used to do. So our archivist, Alessandra Giovenco, is learning a lot on how to create the metadata that fit the ontology created by the British School at Athens. So this is a very difficult task for us because we rely on incomplete information and more incomplete knowledge of us, but it's another teaching collection that shows the challenges, but the interest of this kind of project. And I really want to thank Rabun for bringing us all together for speaking about this collection. Thank you.
Thank you. We are largely back on track now, so we can be more generous in our question time if there are questions from the audience. Yes, Jesse.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited about lantern slides because there were lots of talks with lantern slides at the public schools I spoke about before. But I wanted to ask if you had looked at any of the lectures. And if you had any thoughts on the content of the lectures that went with these things.
I have not studied them.
Okay.
You did maybe, Rosario?
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I looked very quickly at one on the Roman portraiture recently because I worked on Eugenie Strong, who was our deputy director, who was a archaeologue de salon. She would fit perfectly the etching we saw this morning about the lecturer in the British Museum. It's exactly what she was doing. But no, I haven't studied them. And I haven't studied the level of specialty they're given and the kind of trying to understand what category of audience they were trying to.
Amy?
Thank you. That was enlightening. I have one comment or suggestion that maybe for you and or Jessica, that what fits between both of your projects is the the slide collection at King's College London, in the classics department there, which includes the photographic archive of Bernard Ashmole, who, being a great sculpture expert, would have lots of Roman material. And my understanding is they're frustrated, people at King's College London, what to do with this slide collection, because of course they don't have a slide archivist or any archivist, and they know it's important material. So
where is it? Sorry, I didn't get where it is.
King's College London.
They have an archivist at King's College London.
No, but it's in the classics department.
Okay.
So, and it was bequeathed to the classics department because of Bernard Ashmole. He gave it, and so as far as I knew last year, they didn't know what to do with it. So they're basically begging for someone like you and someone like you to work on it.
And Bernard Ashmole was the director of the BSR.
Exactly. Yeah. And he probably should have given it to the BSR, but he didn't. So that's, so be it. But that's why I'm mentioning it now, that it gels with this, because I think it's tied into the teaching materials in the department, but also probably had a filter down effect to the schools. So
send them the link. They can see. Send them the link of what we did, and if they have any question, I'm happy to.
But the problem is they're teachers and lecturers, and they don't know what to do with it. So,
but they can ask. They can ask the archive, the King's College, or the library.
I think
the
they
people
have
are there.
I think they have asked, but the archivists. It's been a long-term project, and everyone in says, "Oh no, I don't have time," or "No, that's not." But anyway, just so you're aware of it.
Because we are in a British environment, so you and I understand that, but maybe I need to tell everybody else, this project happened because we received external money. And only for that reason.
That's what they need.
Raphael, I have a question about what you think. Do you think this project and this collection speaks more to classicists and the study of archaeology, or more to early 20th century historians?
I try to speak to both. At first, I didn't see the part on studying antiquity, but I think it's there. And
Meggs is an amazing scholar of Ostia. It's not like they had random people writing the text of the lectures. They're important for intellectual history as well.
But there were people who were spending a lot of time every year giving this kind of lectures. Mm-hmm. That was really part of their job. During the summer, Thomas Ashby, Eugenie Strong, they would leave Rome and they would tour Britain, and they will tour the United States of America, and they will give this kind of lectures all the time. Mm-hmm. They will also give it this kind of thing in Rome. We have photos of them giving people, usually to an adult audience, obviously of non-specialists. So this was something that was clearly extremely developed. Like we've seen that. We used to have that in France until a few years ago. I don't know if it still exists. The kind of circle of lectures for the general public that people attend. I don't know if it still exists.
Well, that's my other question. Are there parallels from the German Archaeological Institute, or is there a Roman Society in Berlin in the same way there is in London, to your knowledge? Or is this a uniquely British? Well, in Rome, it was the American and British society, wasn't it? So they were the Anglophones were united in this. But in London, this seems really quite extraordinary, or the sort of touring in Britain. Are there? Can you reconstruct parallels in other European or American contexts?
I think there was a bit of parallel in France with an association was giving these kind of lectures. And it's interesting that it was completely associative. It's interesting that the Society for the Promotion of Hellenic Studies and the Society for the Promotion of Roman Studies are still alive, are still very much alive. They are co-managing the Institute of Classical Studies called Joint Library. So it's still extremely alive and doing a lot of things in parallel to the academic world, and it's done by academics in the same way you have here in Italy extremely alive learned societies too. I don't know about Germany because the the German institutions here are completely funded by the state. I don't know if there is a development outside the state. I really don't know. But I know it's something that is very Italian, but I don't know if they develop something similar in Italy. I don't know. Good questions, but no answer.
I think this is our last question.
It's very, very quick. So you mentioned that they were renting and selling. Do you have a list of the people that actually...
Tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon, so we have a list of the people that purchase it. That's great.
No, no, that no.
Don't?
Too bad. No, the list of people.
I know some people who rent them. But we don't know who they are, yeah.
No, I mean, I know that everybody who was lecturing in London or in the UK who come to the society tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What are the sets if you were going to teach in a school, that if you were a lecturer in a university, you would know which slides to go? I have an example of that tomorrow.
Okay.
A lecturer asking for some slides.
Let's thank our speaker. And invite to the podium Carl-Loris Rachel, who defended his dissertation on professional associations in Roman and Byzantine Egypt in 2021 in Paris, on a topic that I feel very fondly towards because it characterizes my single foray into the field of papyrology. Carl-Loris instead is a postdoctoral researcher at the Louvre Museum, where he works on the papyrological collection, and this is what he will speak to us on today.
Thank you for the introduction, and of course I express my special thanks to the organizers of this conference. Good. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak today and to discuss the history of the Louvre papyrological collection, on which I work since a year and a half. The international reputation on the masterpieces of the Louvre may make people forget that it also houses an important collection of Egyptian papyri, ostraca, tablets, and parchments in many different languages. There is not only Mona Lisa. The constitution of the collection over the past 2 centuries is inextricably linked to the desire to know and teach about the history of the Egyptian civilization, in addition to what monuments, objects, and inscriptions provide. The Egyptian papyri collection of the Musée du Louvre is one of the oldest in Europe. The first items came to the museum in the 3rd decade of the 19th century, just before the creation of the so-called Musée Égyptien by Jean-François Champollion himself in 1826. The Musée Égyptien is, of course, the section of the museum dedicated to Egyptian antiquities, that is, the actual Département des Antiquités égyptiennes. These first papyri had notably been purchased from Henry Salt, the British Consul General in Egypt, in 1826, and then from Bernardino Drovetti, French consul, the following year. Champollion himself drew the list of these papyri, which numbered a little more than 100. Thereafter, acquisitions occurred on an irregular basis, sometimes involving just one papyrus, and at other times hundreds. During the first decades of the Musée Égyptien, the acquisitions were not immediately registered, so that the dates of acquisition are sometimes unknown. Firstly, the Louvre did not purchase just any type of papyrus. The texts written in ancient Egyptian characters were far more valued. Furthermore, Funerary and literary texts were of more interest to the French scholars who were likely to influence decisions of the Louvre Acquisitions Committee. Documentary papyri and Roman papyri did not attract much attention, except for some Ptolemaic ones later published by the German scholar Ulrich Wilken. Such papyri, documentary papyri or papyri from Roman Byzantine times, were frequently donated to the museum or acquired alongside other pieces, but they were never the main reason of a purchase. It was only in the last quarter of the 19th century that all papyri seemed worthy of a place in the Louvre. Let's take a look at the composition of the Louvre collection in the 1870s, that is, before the acquisition of many Greek papyri from Byzantine and Arabic periods, which had been found a few years earlier at the site of Kiman Faris. As you can see, the papyri written in Egyptian language, that is, the first three categories here, are far more numerous than the others, whereas there are actually far more Greek papyri in every great collection. In the Louvre today, for example, the Greek papyri account for more than half of the inventory numbers. From the very beginning of the Egyptian section of the Louvre, it was planned that courses in Egyptian language would be taught using inscriptions and papyri. Of course, the Louvre is not a university. The collection that I'm going to speak about is different from the ones we heard about since yesterday. However, as we'll see, the Louvre has hosted a variety of courses since its creation. Champollion had just deciphered hieroglyphs, and there was not yet a corpus of text that would allow one to do without the monuments and the manuscripts themselves. As Eugène Révillou, assistant curator of the Musée Égyptien and professor of Demotic and Coptic, said decades later, students had to learn to read the inscriptions in front of the monuments themselves, that is, at the Louvre. Monuments refer here to all objects or archaeological objects. Nevertheless, the presence and display of the papyri were a subject of debate at the time. Do they deserve to be part of the Louvre's public collection? A director of the Parisian École des Beaux-Arts recounted in his memoirs a visit by the President of the Republic in the 1870s. You know, it's kind of a tradition in the Louvre, a visit by the President of the Republic who just decided to change everything. The text you can read here is the speech attributed to that president, who must be the Marshal MacMahon, a soldier who spoke frankly. The speech is likely not authentic, but was rewritten by the author. However, it does reflect the terms of a real debate at that time. As you can read, the president is supposed to have drawn a sharp distinction between art, fine art, and archaeology. Compared to the masterpieces, especially statues, the inscriptions and papyri that adorned the grand staircase of the Louvre seemed pitiful to him and unworthy of the Louvre. Barely politely, the president invites scholars to go and play with their text away from the visitor's gaze and to make room for the pretty thing. It's not in that abstract, but earlier in the text, he asked for the pottery shards and ostraca to be swept away. This president views the archaeological artifacts as, admittedly, a teaching collection, since he associates them with the École du Louvre, which was then being established, but not as an art collection. Of course, we today would separate art and archaeology in that way. The École du Louvre was indeed created at that time in 1882, and it aimed to provide courses related to all the museum's collections. But even at the École du Louvre, the teaching of archaeology was a subject of debate. For example, an art critic could write a few years after the creation of the École that papyri have invaded the École du Louvre just as they cluttered the grand staircase. We find again the strong opposition between art and archaeology, which should, according to the author, occupy only a secondary place. Even as a teaching collection, papyri must take second place to more legitimate objects, that is, fine arts from antiquity to modern times. But, fortunately, it is a fact that the École du Louvre offered courses based on the museum's archaeological collections. The one we are interested in here was taught by Eugène Révillou, whom we mentioned earlier. Révillou specialized in demotic documents and published many of them. Demotic is an Egyptian script derived from the hieroglyphs, and very common in the first millennium before Christ. His course is an introduction to demotic writing based on documents from the Louvre. And Révillou proposed first to describe the alphabet here. As you can read in his first lesson, Révillou emphasizes that such a difficult script, and demotic is indeed a difficult script, requires that the originals to be close at hand. This course was quite successful, as theses on demotic papyri were defended in the years that followed. However, this course was the continuation of the lessons given by Champollion decades earlier. It's still focused on the Egyptian language, for which there was no other course of study. In contrast, Greek papyri were not taught at the École du Louvre, neither at that time, nor today. There was, of course, no need for them to learn ancient or medieval Greek. Philology professors avoided them because they were often riddled with errors, and the first editions of papyri repeatedly apologized to readers for publishing such crude texts. This is the case in this volume published in 1865, which contains the transcription of the papyri held in the Louvre at that time. The papyri were deciphered by the great philologist Le Tron and published after his death by two scholars, Brunet de Presles and Émile Heger. Neither of these three scholars used to teach Greek papyrology. Such a course did not exist in France at that time. However, it seems that Le Tron did make use of the Louvre papyri in his lectures in the Collège de France, where he was professor. For instance, in 1840, he used to give a lecture about the Egyptian astronomical texts. We don't have the script of this course, but we do know that at that very time, he used to work on a Louvre astronomical papyrus, this one. He also may have spoken about the papyri he used to work on at the Académies des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres, of which he was a member. Le Tron, as Brunet de Presles or Heger or Emmanuel Miller, another scholar who was interested in the Louvre papyrological collection, shared a special interest in Greek documents from Roman and late antique periods, at a time when most philologists considered them to be tainted by decline and outside of classical culture. It is therefore no surprise that these papyri preserved in the Louvre's collection have been shown to students by specialists in late and medieval Greek. Another important example is that of Charles Benoit Haase, or, as he was of German origin, Karl Benedikt Haase. He used to teach modern Greek in the Parisian École des Langues Orientales. Interestingly, he gave to his courses the title Modern Greek and Paleography, since he was very interested in Greek handwritings. We learn from the edition of the Louvre papyri that Haase, who had the occasion to discuss them with Le Tron, used to decipher Greek papyri with his students, probably through facsimile. At the end of the 19th century, it is again teachers of modern Greek who emphasize the links between their subject and Greek papyri. This is the case with Jean Psychary, who was familiar with the Louvre papyri and cites them in the work from which this passage is taken. By that time, however, editions of papyri were becoming increasingly common, and except for the study of paleography, there was less and less need to consult the originals. From its very beginnings, the Louvre Papyrus collection has served as a teaching collection. However, we have seen that this varied greatly depending on the language. Documents in Egyptian were used far more extensively and consistently for teaching purposes than those in Greek, because French scholars excelled in the newly open field of Egyptology, and the documents themselves were indispensable. It is interesting to note that this is still the case today. Research into the Louvre's collection of Greek papyri is less extensive and more recent than that into the collections of other European museums and libraries, probably because it is part of the Department of Egyptian Antiquities, which mainly focuses on pharaonic Egypt. Very few Hellenists have been appointed in the Département des Antiquités Égyptiennes. Research and teaching on the Louvre Greek papyri may have been affected by what papyrologists referred to as the gardener's dog system at the very end of the 19th century. This refers to an old maxim: the gardener's dog does not eat the lettuce, but he prevents others from doing so. Likewise, the heads of the Egyptian section of the Louvre, particularly Révillou, who is targeted here, paid a great deal of attention to papyri in Egyptian language, sometimes teaching courses on the subject, but have restricted the use of the older papyri in higher education. As both the Louvre and the French University became more institutionalized and grew at the end of the 19th century, the relationships that had existed in Champollion's or Le Trun's time began to diminish. And that's the end of the story. Not exactly, because it's still the case today for a part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a really interesting, although somewhat frustrating, talk for those of us who are more on the Greek and later side than the Egyptological side. And I think all of us have probably experienced the gardener's dog system at one point or another. I'm going to use that metaphor. We have plenty of time for questions. People have them. Yes, Monique.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the pedagogical reasoning for using manuscripts. You made the point that they said it just makes sense to study the language from the monument, which it does. But I was thinking about this when you, as someone who teaches with art, you want the student to be in front of the real things. They can appreciate the space, they can appreciate the shadows. But I was then thinking as someone who also teaches languages, for example, students can engage with inscriptions without actually learning how to read an inscription because it's all transcribed. And I'm not teaching them Latin through an inscription for them to read inscriptions, it's so they learn Latin. So I was wondering, you mentioned that the manuscripts were used a lot in the languages courses. Was it used because there was an expectation that those students would then go on and be engaging and using manuscripts in the field and they'd have to know how to actually read it? Or was it more that it made it more engaging to learn from the real thing?
If I understand well. No, the aim of the courses is to give to the students the ability to read the text themselves. And for the École du Louvre, as far as the École du Louvre is concerned, to form then future curators of the collections. The first aim of the École du Louvre is to form curators of the collection, even if, of course, everybody could attend the courses.
I think that there might be a difference here in that at the time when the collection was assembled, from what I understand from your presentation, there were no published critical editions of the text themselves, so there was no book to look at.
Yes.
There was just demotic papyri, and if you didn't sit in front of the demotic papyrus, you didn't have any demotic to look at.
Yes, of course. Yes, the demotic was deciphered lately in the second half of the 19th century with Révillou, with the German scholar Brugsch, with Emmanuel de Rouget and other grad scholars. So at that time there was absolutely there was no corpus to study demotic. Instead, going to the great museums. You have no opportunity to study demotic except in the great collections. So you have no choice. Of course, it wasn't the case for the Greek. The Greek was never is known since since Middle Ages. So Greek papyri were of little interest for many scholars at that time.
Yes.
Yes, so thank you for your presentation. So just my curiosity about this, but is the Louvre papyri collection first-hand from like excavations, or is like from private collections that you assembled them to the Louvre, or do you have like some provenience research about this?
No, the Louvre did not found excavations especially for papyri. So the collection of the Louvre is totally purchased from several intermediaries, private processors of papyri, especially. Of course, the Louvre has sometimes special relations with archaeologists. For example, Auguste Mariette, a French, who was the first director of the name in English, the Egyptian antiquities in Egypt. Auguste Mariette sent many papyri in the Louvre, and especially many Greek papyri, since they did not interest him. So he sent many papyri in the Louvre around the middle of the 19th century. But the Louvre did not found any campaign to find papyri in Egypt. So all the papyri of the collection had been purchased, and especially from private possessors. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Raymond, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on the first question. It strikes me that you have a very specific demographic of students here, which you just explained were, for the most part, future curators. Could this then be interpreted as a kind of opportunity for a graduate seminar where the students are engaging with the object, not just necessarily as curators, but perhaps also as potential editors? That is, could some of the editing have taken place directly in this teaching environment in order for future to produce future publications?
As we have seen, for example, review taught demotic in order to get people able to publish texts, and his students indeed publish text. For now, I think the aim of the École du Louvre now has changed, and except for a few people, it forms very few curator in these fields, in these scientific fields, because the majority of teachers or publishers of text, antique text, were in the university or in the university system, and not in the École du Louvre, which is now very specific. And now the École du Louvre is, for most part, devolved to art.
Okay, well, I think we can thank our speaker again.